Alright. Okay. Let's take a bit to see how this is doing. Why is the district offline? What the hell? Okay, alright. That is better, I suppose. I'll we'll let it lie there. Anyway. Alright. Now you eagle-eyed people will notice this is part 3.2 rather than, part 4 or anything. That's because last time I tried recording part 3, my internet decided to be a little bitch at me and cut out pretty soon after. And we moved on a little bit from where we had stopped last. And while the VOD isn't on Twitch, I do have a YouTube channel that is linked on the channel, whatever, like on the front thing, where you can find it. Sadly, I'm not restreaming it because anyone who's even passingly familiar with choice of games, like you can't really go back in these games a lot. The best you get is some people decide to put like loading checkpoints things, but this game doesn't have that either. So to get back to that point we left you off on, I have to go all the way back and then make all those choices again. I do like you guys. That just feels like a bit much, don't you agree? Besides, to be perfectly frank, you didn't miss too much. What basically happened was we were having a flashback about the Heartbreaker incident and when we met the uh, telepath in response. And now her memories are kind of getting muddled with us and with ours. And we're kind of seeing her conditions and what she was going through and such, you know? So we'll pick up where I had left off from that. Eyes jerking open. No, this is not me. Flickering back and forth in a vortex of blue on black. A tongue extended, slowly at first, then faster, as if tasting the air for scent. Antiseptic, ozone, rust. You know this, but you should not. Lips pulling back, nostrils widening in a baleful grimace, gums stained with tiny blisters. I know this because these are her memories. I see this because these are her memories, because she ate them. Shit, the numbers don't track. Her id is still here, trapped in the field. Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom comes. Her heart rate's gone through the roof. Heart rate through the roof. She's flatlining. God almighty, did she bring it back with her? 9 dull black rectangles, fizzing out one by one. You can feel them. The fluorescent light staining red blood black. 4 men and women frozen like Hiroshima shadows, turning towards the center. One door behind them all, now closed. Another door opens. You can feel them all. You can feel them feeling you. No, you can feel your hand move. No, their hand. Their hands. No. You tear yourself awake with a scream, throat raw, covered in sweat. Your hands are shaking, the bed a tangled mess around your feet. You hate dreams, but you hate this dream in particular. You hate the way you feel like a stranger in your own body, even when you wake up on the outside looking in. You normally don't do this, but you run your hands over your body, following the lines of your scars, forcing you to look down and take in every hated detail of your skin. Familiar, so familiar. Your body, unfortunately. No, that's not safe to think about. It's the past. It's over and done with, and you are alive and here and free to make your own decisions. That's what matters. Looking over at the alarm, you see that it will be morning soon. You should get some more sleep. You know you need it, but lying there in bed, looking at the ceiling, you don't want to close your eyes. There are too many things ready to crawl back into your head. Too many ghosts ready to haunt you. So you take the easy way out and close your eyes, not to sleep, but to let go of your body. Sliding into Yasmin is the best option available to you. Being anybody but myself sounds really good right now. My body needs sleep, but I can still get things done with my puppet. Right now, being headblind is what I need. I don't think we're the kind of person who likes being headblind. We did kind of say as much. And well, being anything but me sounds good. My body needs sleep. No, this is probably more honest to the situation. Being anybody but myself sounds really good right now. Being anybody but yourself sounds really good. Even the memories seem fainter when you can smile with someone else's mouth. Pretend that nothing horrible ever happened in their life. Be normal. That's what you need right now. Normality. Even if it's a borrowed one. Maybe if you wear the mask long enough, it'll finally feel real. You close your eyes. The void between bodies is as familiar as it is brief. Vertigo sucking you in as you let go. You open your eyes somewhere else. No, not your eyes, Yasmin's eyes. Moving between bodies is more disconcerting than people might think. The body feels different, moves differently, and you need a few moments to adjust as you awkwardly stand up and stretch away the accumulated inertia. Outside your window, the sun is slowly rising into what promises to be yet another searing Los Diablos day. Not a time that Yasmin is usually awake, unless it is to stumble into bed to fall asleep. Yawning wide, you stumble into the shower, the hot spray helping to center you in your new body. It is strangely freeing not to have to avoid the mirrors, wiping away the fog to meet your borrowed face with a wide smile. There is nothing to fear here. Everything inside Yasmin is so much simpler. Good. You've enough complications to last you a lifetime. The restless night has not left you unscathed. Even in this body, you're filled with restless energy that needs to be released. You need to regain your focus, and for that, there's no better place than the dojo. That's why you've taken up Aikido. Even if Yasmin was never meant to fight in person, she is where you go to get your aggression out in a controlled manner. Physical training was a necessity at first. She was in such bad shape after being comatose for years that you needed to put a lot of work to build your new woman from the ground up. But after a while, you began to enjoy the escape. You can be a part of your regular Aikido lessons and take a shower afterwards without worrying about a thing. When people look at you, you don't know what they're thinking. When you spar with somebody, you have to read their stance the old-fashioned way. No cheating involved, no thoughts or intentions to unravel. Sometimes a little silence goes a long way to keep a body sane. Head to the dojo. Finding a good dojo wasn't easy. You didn't want it to be close enough for someone to follow you home, and it couldn't be popular enough to be crowded or small, or so small that you would stick out. In the end, you found something you could live with. A quiet, unassuming place, though the membership fee was steeper than it should have been. You normally come here in the afternoon, and this early the place has a completely different feel. The people practicing right now seem to be the type to do their kata before heading off to a day at the office. A richer, more affluent clientele than you'd normally see. Not that it matters right now. Well, not that it matters. Right now you don't want interaction, just distraction. Clear your mind. You need that clarity more than ever. Being aware of every part of your body helps when possessing others, and controlling your breathing is a vital part of your telepathic talents. You cannot separate the body and the mind, even though you have discovered that it might not uh, You cannot separate the body and the mind, even though you have discovered that it might not matter very much to you exactly which body and which mind. Reality is mutable to a powerful telepath like you. But if the world is mutable, is it really real? You know that you haven't felt real since it happened. Not like you should know. Not like you know you should. Like you remember that you should. And that's the worst part. You don't even know if you were broken or if your eyes were open. Were your memories real? Are you real now? You can't allow yourself to think about that, ever. All you can do is choke back the surging emotions, shove them down into the well from which they escaped. You're real enough to show up in the mirror. You don't need anything else. Anyone else. Since you're too early for your regular session, you keep the side designed for people practicing Aikidaiso and the various kata on their own. Some have formed up in pairs, but you stand alone in front of one of the mirrors, echoing your own movements as you try to loose yourself to the form. Not surprisingly, you find it hard to let yourself relax into the kata. Your movements are choppy, and you struggle to let go of the frustration you've been feeling lately. Taking a deep breath to clear your mind, you attempt to dispel the face of the person responsible for your current frustration. Steele for never treating me, Lady Argent for thinking I was nobody, Harold for being what I could never be, Ortega for letting me down one too many times, Steele for never treating me like one of them, Lady Argent for thinking I was nobody, Harold for being what I could never be, myself because I was a naive idiot in the past, myself because I know I'm heading down the wrong path, but I can't stop. Naive idiot, I guess. Self-hatred feels like more of the vibe here than really externalizing that. Even the hatred of Harold is ultimately mostly self-hatred, because it's like jealousy. You were an idiot back when you were still a hero, and you hate the fact that part of you still regrets what you have become. John's face is easily summoned, seamlessly replacing Yasmin's in the mirror. Sometimes you wish you had an easier time letting go of the bitterness that keeps haunting your memories and throwing off your rhythm. Why you can't just dispel those ghosts for good, you have no idea. You want to get it all under control. The fear, the hatred, the frustration. Your breathing is off, too rough, too ragged. Your hand is shaking, and your eyes have teared up. You're not sure why you're crying, and part of you wants to deny it, but you are. Maybe for lost chances and missed opportunities. Maybe for what you fear you might have to do in the future. It's not like your tangle of motivations is easy to unravel, and honestly, you don't care to try. Instead, you step back, burying your face in a towel. It smells like sweat and deodorant. The scent of a stranger as familiar to you as your own body. You have spent so much time in the quiet corners of her brain lately. Yasmin, your sanctuary. Are you all right, miss? The intrusion of another voice into your own inner struggles catches you by surprise, and you look up, eyes red and moist. I'm not sure, you confess, stomach making another turn as you recognize the man. Just stressed, you tell Ortega where he stands, completely unaware of who rides inside the skull of this woman he is concerned about. Ortega, with his bright smile, looking like he's been wearing hakama all his life, the black belt around his waist adding to that impression. An impossible fluke, you tell yourself, a coincidence. So I've never seen you around here before, you say. Are you a member of this dojo or just visiting? Your smile is all practiced artifice now, and it hides the nervous flutter in your stomach as you wipe the sweat from your face. It feels odd and slightly dirty to slip into the quiet female body language you use when you wear her body. This is not a stranger. You know this man, which makes the act all the more important. I'm a member, Ortega says, and you wonder why the smile is so different when he's aiming it than when he aimed it at you at the diner earlier. Maybe because this time you return it. I usually attend the early sessions. Need to wake up somehow. Coffee rarely does the trick these days. Ah, that's it then. You're proud your own voice remains calm. Have you been this close to running into each other all this time? I'm usually not here this early, but I needed to get some frustrations out today. bad night. You're not really liking how your neck feels when you have to look up at Ortega from this angle. Was he always this tall? You somehow compensate for Yasmin's shorter stature with your shoes, but here in the dojo you go barefoot, and that leaves you shorter than you would like. Well, let's hope your bad night might come with a silver lining, or does that only work for clouds? Ortega smiles again, and you realize that he might be flirting with you. You're not even sure how you feel about that. Right now, you encourage it, discourage it. Uh, I don't know if our messy little John has it in them to discourage Ortega's flirting. I'm not gonna lie. It could have been smooth and pointed out that even the darkest night ends at dawn, you say with a wink, reaching for your water bottle. You're well aware of how your lips look wrapped around a squeeze bottle, and you make the most of it just to see him squirm. It feels good being back in control. This was all a fluke, and now that the first shock has passed, you find it rather amusing how your paths have come so close to crossing again and again, separated only by the hours of the day. If I had indeed been smooth, that would have been a good line. Sadly, I'm not at my best right now. I just have a bit too much on my mind, he replies with a self-depreciating smile, his gaze momentarily distracted by your display. Oh? You don't ask openly, but your stance shifts into focused curiosity, encouraging him to continue. The decision is only half conscious. This is what you were trained to do before you ever struck out on your own. A different kind of sidestep, weaving conversations the way you want them to go, making them trust you before you were strong enough to force that trust. It's nothing, really. Ortega shakes his head and you raise an eyebrow. You're looking way too tense for this early in the day, you joke, using your shared smile to disarm some of the growing tension. I am, aren't I? He laughs, and you know you've succeeded in lowering his guard. It's just that a friend of mine has ended up in some trouble, and I'm trying to work out how to fix things. He actually loses his smile for a moment there, and you realize talking, he must be taking the whole Lady Argent business harder than he pretended to earlier. I suppose it's not often he's left standing around feeling helpless. You're one of the good guys, then? You ask teasingly. Care that much about your friend? You don't have friends who do? He teases back, hitting a little too close to the mark. Of course I do. I work too much. Hmm. Work too much. Cautious. And besides, John is the kind of person who he did literally expect Ortega to just forget about him. Yes. I work too much for close relationships. You can't hide the scowl, though you try. And even to your own ears, your voice sounds bitter. You can remember how it felt, though, when you kept up the act and still could have illusions about people before you knew what they were, what they thought, how they felt. No wonder you love slipping into Yasmin to be rid of that curse. That's a sad story, he manages to say without sounding patronizing. Sometimes it's nice to have someone to fight who can't counter your every move. You catch yourself halfway through the laugh, but it's too late to stop it. Reflections do have their disadvantages, I suppose. You're not sure where that laugh came from. Just being around Ortega makes you question your current goals. Dangerous, but on the other hand, it keeps you honest. Questioning your life is what lets you here in the first place. You can't just stop now. Want to spar then? He offers, which is an amusing proposition considering his size. He looks sheepish enough a moment later that it's obvious he realizes it as well. I'll be gentle. Okay, you have to admit that it's a tempting prospect, not just because you might want to fight Ortega, but because that would mean you could judge his current abilities and his interest in you. Sure, if you feel like you're up to it, I'm already finished, but I'd love to get coffee if you have time. Sorry, I'm running late already. Maybe I'll see you around next time. Hmm. You did say we didn't really want to fight Ortega. So, John doesn't have it in them to just cut this off entirely. We make bad decisions around Ortega. Like, cause okay, I know you could technically like do a double thing of like you romance Ortega in normal body and you romance Mortem, uh, the doctor in uh, your second body or something. Like that is an option available to you. But me personally, I do enjoy romancing Ortega in both bodies because it makes a very funny situation later. Or like, oh, I need to break up with you. It's like, oh, you're cheating on me with myself. It's a little funny. I do enjoy that. Yeah. I'm already finished. You gestured to your sweaty, tired, sweaty form. But I'd love to grab coffee if you have time. You are tired, yes, but you are also conscious of the fact that their movement patterns might be a little bit too similar to what he has seen before. Not that he would make the connection of reason for suspicion. Sure, that applying comes as easily as I usually have pretty selfless. Changing room. Hello. Okay. I'm hoping that wasn't. Hmm. That was weird. Okay. Never mind. I'll get back to it. I guess. It feels so easy to just fall into old habits around Ortega. You have to watch yourself. Gathering information is one thing. You don't want to give any out. At least Yasmin is safer to be in now than your own body. Maybe this is exactly what you need to clear your head. Normal breakfast with an old friend can't hurt, right? Even if you have to wear a mask all the while. The old saying, keep your friends close but your enemies closer, has never seemed more apt. Next chapter. It did feel like it was shorter than the others, didn't it? Well, it's fine. I guess we also did part of the chapter earlier, so chapter 5. 8 days later. The world is dark. The blindfold smells faintly of disinfectant. Or maybe that's just the air in here. Dr. Mortem has been leading you by the hand for what feels like an hour, though it's probably a fraction of that. Time passes differently when it's dark. You know this intimately. Luckily, you are in Yasmin's body, so it's easier to chase away the memories that threaten to resurface. Instead, you focus on trying to figure out where he is leading you. A short drive at first, then the dank smell of the city. No direct sunlight, so you guess you might have gotten out of the car indoors. Maybe in a warehouse or a garage. Then there were stairs and a corridor which smells of chemicals. Underground somewhere, but where exactly you have no idea. Not that it matters. Dr. Mortem can keep his secrets as long as he delivers what was promised. Are we there yet? You ask, echoing pop culture references you never really were a part of. Indeed we are, mademoiselle. A door closes and the fan begins to hum, erasing any lingering outside stench. You can remove the blindfold. Pulling off the fabric, you can't help being annoyed at the inconvenience, understanding the need for secrecy, seeing the humor in the situation. Understand the need for secrecy, I guess. We're a pretty circumspect person ourselves, so I think we could sympathize. Finally, I know why you need to be cautious, but I was getting a little bored of the scenery. You rub your eyes, blinking a few times to adjust to the sudden light. I'm glad you understand, mademoiselle. Better safe than sorry, no? We don't want to have any unfortunate incidents. I plan to stay in business for a very long time. Speaking of business, you can't stop your eyes from widening as you step forward. Now that they have adapted to the light, it's impossible to overlook the centerpiece of the room. Is that? Yes, it is. Dr. Mortem walks over to the massive holographic screen hovering there, running his hands through the air to zoom on the armor schematics. The greenish light makes his normally warm black skin take on an odd midnight hue. You find yourself wondering how Yasmin would look surrounded by that glow. Want to get a closer look? He asked, as if he were reading your mind. You nod quietly, stepping forward so you can be surrounded by the screens. The greenish beams scan your hands when you hold it up, tracing the patterns of an armored glove over it. This is it, what you have invested so much time and effort in. Your new face, your new identity, your new life. So, what do you think? Dr. Mortem taps his fingers in the air, causing the armor to split apart before coming together again in a dizzying kaleidoscopic display. Do you think your boss will be happy? That depends. You manage to keep a straight face, making sure not to look too eager. This is not the body that will fit in it, and it wouldn't do to make Mortem suspect that you are anything but a glorified assistant. Tell me about it. Of course, mademoiselle. Another wave of his hand, the elegant fingers as precise as a surgeon's. You realize that he most likely has the touchpad somewhere on his hands. Are they surgically implanted under the skin? Perhaps the nails are fake. Or is he actually wearing skin gloves, similar to the ones that are used to fake fingerprints? In either case, the lack of physical controls would make it hard for an intruder to interface with the system. Good to know. The armor is sandwich laminar uh, plasteel, plasteel over two layers of fiber mesh. The sleek silhouette takes shape in front of you, as if you were facing the real thing, but it is painted in greenish light instead of dull plasteel gray. The plasteel is flexible in its relaxed state, giving the wearer a good range of movement, but if triggered, it will go rigid to absorb the impact. The mesh has a good resistance to tearing attacks. The combination should be able to stand up to the standard LDPD weapons with ease. And punches? You ask, remembering the sight of Marshall Steele charging down the street in his armor. That would depend on the punch, he admits with a shrug. I can reinforce the armor with electroreactive shielding as well, which would give more protection, but that would mean more of a drain on the power source. You might want that output for other options. Other options? Speed, for example. As it is, the armor does not hinder the wearer, but it would be an easy matter to also boost performance. Right now, there is space for a pair of small jump jets, which would assist leaping and enable bursts of increased speed over short distances. Are those rocket boots? You frown a little at the design, running your fingertip through it so the hologram shivers out of focus. Boots are back. Both are needed for balance. There is not enough room for stabilizers without turning it into a proper wingsuit. That wasn't what your boss ordered. True, you agree, pondering your options. What else? Well, if you're talking about increasing the bulk of the armor, there is always the possibility of adding an exoskeleton. Really? You ask, raising an eyebrow. Not a military one, of course, but it would be possible to add one of the lightweight sports models. Perhaps he catches the look on your face because he quickly continues. Do not expect to turn into the red behemoth, mademoiselle. I can't work medicals without increasing the size. I'm not the one who's going to be using this armor, you point out. I know. And speaking of which, Morton's hands pull apart and the hologram zooms in, focusing on the massive glove on the left hand. The main weapon of the suit is, of course, going to be the nanovores. I was right, by the way. It was not hard to reprogram the nasty little creatures. Flesh will be safe from them for now, but anything inorganic, decidedly less so. Good, you say with a nod. And the control? Working as intended. The targeting web you liberated was not hard to repurpose, though the wearer still has to be size sensitive to interface with it. The web will aid greatly in keeping the nanovores dormant when they are not needed. And nobody wants another nanosurge. Very true, Matt. Dr. Morton purses his lips for a moment, looking thoughtful. I am fairly certain that if I supercool the central chamber, that can clear up the interface process quite a bit, making it easier for the wearer to access the true powers of the targeting web. Sort of like a telepathic booster, more like reducing the friction between minds, but the effect would be similar. As it is, it requires a lot of effort to use the nanoforce. This process would make it easier. And let me guess, it also requires energy? You can't have everything you want in this armor, mademoiselle, since your boss did not give me either the time or the money to do that. I suppose things can be modified at a later stage as well. Possibly. We are already overloading the battery capacity of the suit with the current cells. However, if I could have access to a proper fusion reactor, would that really be safe? Mademoiselle, your boss is a man? He says, giving you a questioning look, but you neither deny nor confirm the guess. A man who is willing to carry a handful of primed nanovores into battle. I hardly think safety is one of his main concerns. That is true. Are there other options? Not without compromising the time frame. My boss would not want that. You can already feel life beginning to catch up with you. And to wait longer would mean a greater chance of failure. It's now or never. So which options should I go ahead and implement then? Or do you need to speak with your boss first? No, you say, shaking your head. I am trusted to make these decisions. To pretend to go and ask someone for advice would mean further delays, and you have waited long enough. What can feasibly be added in time? I would say two of the options could work, and I think that is within the operating parameters of the power source. Any preferences? Decisions. After careful consideration, you pick. Alright, so strong, speed, okay, tough, fast, strong, and then mental powers. And we get to pick only two of them. Uh, hmm. I mean, okay. I think one of them has to be the telepathic boosters because one of our main weapons is gonna be telepathy, right? So it feels prudent to try to get that as high as possible. Firstly, if there really is a way to lessen the interface of the telepathic control, I'm sure my boss would appreciate it. You're going to be doing a lot of juggling as it is. Keeping the nanovores under control requires concentration, and even if you can use the Rat King to deal with a lot of the mundane upkeep, it is going to be different in a fight. This would allow you to be more reliant on your telepathic gifts during the action. Honestly, you like it best that way. Please, mademoiselle, I have worked with telepathic engineering before. It is a rare gift, but not unheard of. I know what I am doing. Dr. Mortem also almost sounds insulted. Uh, let's see. I have your secret crush. Alright, alright. I think we should pick speed because we're not a fighter, right? Well, even though this is gonna make it better, we're not like a there's not a lot of direct combat that we do. Even when we were sidestep, the vibe was mostly like, step out of the way, clever diversion stuff. So I think enhanced speed and jump jets would help uh, enhance that fighting style already. These suits can be rather clunky. I was told to make sure it wouldn't slow the wearer's reactions down. Even if you are not at your peak, you always relied on agility and reflexes. You don't want to get into something that will slow your reactions too much. That might be the difference between success and failure. Both Lady Argent and Ortega are fast, and you need to be able to keep up with them. Luckily, Harold, who might technically be the fastest, is less experienced than the others if you juggle your fight with him correctly. Have no fear, mademoiselle. This suit won't hinder movement. Rather the opposite, in fact. Dr. Morton looks so pleased with himself that you are inclined to believe him. That sounds good, you say, looking at the screen already changing under Dr. Morton's agile fingers. And the overall design aesthetic? No changes there, you say, resisting the urge to reach up and touch the holographic. Holographic representation of your hopes and nightmares. My boss still wants it looking functional without useless ornamentation, imposing like a true conqueror, terrifying like a monstrous creature from beyond, mysterious and featureless. No. Good. While dressing up like some sort of shadow Cthulhu monster is appealing. I suppose since we're being all like cold and pragmatic about stuff, functional without useless ornamentation. You want this suit to be functional above all else. You never were one for useless ornamentation. This new you should not be judged for their looks, but for their actions. Maybe it is just that you're still deeply uncomfortable with being in the limelight. You know it's ridiculous, a useless relic of things that don't matter anymore, but you can't help it. This is a new you in more ways than one. A chance to be someone else, a new mask, someone who can't be, someone who can be what you can't, someone who matters. I still think it would have been easier if I could have talked to them directly. Dr. Mortem shuts off the holographic displays with a decisive gesture, smiling a little at you. In my line of business, I've learned that's often the only way to avoid complaints. That and getting everything in writing. The laugh is short and amused. I would have thought that your line of work also includes respecting your client's privacy. You can't help sounding rather dry. He's been a little curious for your a little too curious for your liking. I would have thought that your line of work also includes respecting your client's privacy. You can't help sounding rather dry. He's been a little too curious for your liking. That's for sure. You can rest easily. You shrug, feeling a little awkward standing here in his lab talking about yourself. I'll be the one bearing the brunt of any complaints. Maybe that's what worries me, he says with a soft sigh. I know all about the dangers in your line of work. It's not easy being stuck in the middle. Is he really interested in me? I steer the conversation towards the personal. I keep it safe, focused on business. Hmm. We already weren't encouraging him. I feel like this is the less fun thing, but we're already not encouraging him. Actually, no. You know what? This is fun. This is fun. That's at least poking. Speaking from experience, there's something in his tone that speaks of more than simple concern. We all have to do our dog years before striking out on our own. The shrug is nonchalant. The look on his face less so. I have a hard time imagining you as just a lab assistant. It's not entirely a lie. Dr. Mortimer has always given you the impression that he is very much in control. You can't really imagine him as a pimply assistant in a lab somewhere, even if you know that's how he must have started. Good. The laughter is genuine. I'd hate if that part still showed. Did you hesitate a moment because he is looking at you, as if there's anything that, and if there's anything that really makes you feel uncomfortable, it's that. Did you ever hesitate? I mean, taking the step? Murder. Thankfully, he looks away to fiddle with some of the control panels on the wall. I guess it's not like I had much choice. At least, I didn't feel like that at the time. I know what you mean. You mumble quietly to yourself. Destiny has a gravitational field all of its own. He kept He keeps talking without turning around. I got a push, and I could either fall or fly. The pause grows longer, almost turning awkward, before Dr. Merton finally turns back and smiles at you, all cocky confidence once more. Make sure you pack a parachute, mademoiselle, because you never know when you might have to use it. I told you I could take care of myself, you retort, a bit annoyed at the implication, especially since it hits so close to home. Do you have a parachute? Maybe even wings? If so, they are here in this lab, in a new face and new identity that can be whatever you want it to be. As you say, mademoiselle. Besides, I'm not being paid to give good advice, am I? For this price, for this price, maybe you should include that for free. It is a joke that neither of you are laughing at. I could throw in a cape. There is a moment's pause as you both look at each other while you try to tell if he's serious. A cape? Really? You hadn't considered one before. It's a fashion choice that went out of style years ago. I know what you think, Dr. Mortem says, turning the screen back on again. Your boss wants this thing to be functional. But the thing is, cape technology has come a long way since the 80s. With the new nanoweaves, even a light cape won't tear easily, and force-sensitive clips will ensure that it comes off if it gets stuck. If you get hit with sticky incendiaries, it's easy to remove, and it is fireproof enough to smother flames. It also helps hide the position of the body in a fight. You watch the image of the armor rotating in the air as Dr. Mortem adds a variety of capes to the sleek image. There is a look of almost childish joy on his face that makes it hard not to smile in return. I didn't know you were so fond of capes, you tease. I'm not. There's a pause and a sheepish shrug. All right, maybe I am. It adds a sense of style that I feel most people lack these days. All right, well, it is very, very hard. Capes or no capes? That's the question, innit? While it is sorely tempting to go all Edna mode on his ass and say, no capes, when the actual Edna mode in this story is telling me, please, please capes, it's a little hard to say now. Fine, you say with a sigh. Add the cape. I suppose if the boss hates it, it's removable. Oh, nobody can hate a cape once they've tried on one in front of a mirror. Dr. Mortem looks too pleased with himself. Really? You crossed your arms and raise an eyebrow. Where's yours? That's not how it works, mademoiselle. Scientists wear coats. Capes are for heroes and villains. He nods sagely. I guess I'll have to take your word for it. You have a hard time not laughing, which takes you a bit by surprise. It's been a long time since you felt this human. Are you finding something funny, mademoiselle? Dr. Mortem looks at your surprised mirth with fond amusement. Not really. You protest, but your eyes are drawn to the projection of the suit still hovering in the middle of the room like a mirage. I guess I just feel. You hesitate for a moment, trying to figure out what you really feel. Sad that this collaboration is ending soon, nervous that things won't go as planned, impatient to get the show on the road. I think of this one more bonding, so yeah, sad. I guess I just feel a bit sad this part will be over soon. To your surprise, you find that this is actually true. You have enjoyed working with Dr. Mortem and planning for your big debut. The thought that you won't need him for much longer makes you feel almost wistful. Well, it is very likely that I will be required to do upgrades or upkeep on the suit, right? Is your work that prone to breaking down? You ask, raising an eyebrow. Not at all, mademoiselle. I just have a bit of experience in how badly some people treat their equipment. He pauses briefly, considering his next words carefully. In fact, why don't we go have a drink and discuss those matters a little further? I guess these two grayed out ones again must be if you decide to flirt. They must be if you decide to flirt with him, then you'd probably have access. Then you'd have access to these guys as well. That you had a job to do is the wise talk once forward. I thought you had a job to do. Wasn't that the point of this meeting? It was, but surely one night off won't hurt. We can discuss some of the finer details over drink. Sure. Yeah, I'd love to. We're feeling nostalgic. Yes, you answer, surprising yourself. I'd love to. Perfect. Now, my apologies. I need to refit the blindfold before we leave. I'm sure you understand. Of course. You don't protest, as he puts the blindfold back on, because secrets and the need for them are something you understand intimately. In fact, you would hazard that you have more of them than he could ever guess. A car ride later. The car ride takes a lot longer than you would have guessed. You suspect this is because Dr. Mortem never drives a straight route anywhere, and you can feel the turns even if you can't see them. It takes half an hour before you are allowed to remove the blindfold, and another hour before you're both seated in the booth at Joe's. In a booth at Joe's. Odd. When was the last time you feel odd? When was the last time I did something for myself? Interested. I'm sure Dr. Mortem has a reason for this excursion, but what? Awkward. I am playing a role here, but I can't step up. Annoyed, I'm only doing this to manipulate him. Nervous, I shouldn't be, but my heart is racing all the same. Excited. If I were never happy, I would probably even know better. I guess curious. You can't help but feel somewhat curious, and you are sure that Dr. Mortem has an you're sure that Dr. Mortem has an ulterior motive for inviting you here. But what can it be? Sure, he has flirted with you before, but right now he should be focusing on finishing the suit, not personal matters. Right? That's what you tell yourself, and you were of the impression that he was a professional. That's what you're telling yourself. And you were of the impression that he was a professional. So there must be a reason for that, for this drink, for that smile. He wants something out of this. The only question is what? Penny for your thoughts? Huh? You tear yourself away from your internal world, giving Dr. Mortem an apologetic smile. Sorry, I was 100 miles away. I could see that. I was just. You surreptitiously scan the room, looking for something plausible that won't reveal too much. That's one of the things that annoys you in this body. Without your telepathy, you have little idea how much of your inner turmoil people can see. Hopefully none. I see them too, mademoiselle. It takes a moment for you to spot what Dr. Mortem is talking about. The argument growing as one of the central gaming tables. A massive scarred Latina with implants all over the back of her skull is arguing loudly with a sharply dressed Asian man in a suit. Not the smartest fight to pick. Why? You slip your drink, watching the scarred woman. You don't have to be a telepath to see the rage boiling inside her, while the man remains calm and in control. No fear there. You've seen them both around before. Can't place the faces. He works for Hollow Ground. Comes down here sometimes to slum it. Perhaps he likes the ambience. Hollow Ground. You've heard that name whispered at Joe's more than once. They seem to be a major player in the criminal underground. What are the chances that this will escalate? You sip your drink, pondering the odds. It's not unlikely. Fights break out at Joe's now and then, the unwritten rule being that you shouldn't use offensive powers. If you do, chances are you'll end up banned, or worse. 78%, Dr. Mortem answers without hesitation. Did you just make that number up? Of course, mademoiselle. Did you expect me to answer somewhat likely, like some hack? Dr. Mortem winks at you. And what are the odds of it escalating to disturb our drinks? You keep looking at the table with a faint frown, not sure how you feel about the prospect of a bar fight. The rest of the players are slowly inching their chairs backwards in preparation for violence, and you spot Bo there as well. Looks like he's been making good use of his latest paycheck. If it starts around 50%, depending on how fast the bouncer steps in. You know that with these people, escalation is inevitable. Dr. Mortem sighs, as if he's the lone adult in a room of unruly children. You should feel the same. You should be above this sort of excitement. But for a moment, you're tempted to go over there and get into it. It's not a wise move, but you've been playing it safe for so long that sometimes the urge to just do something rash becomes overwhelming. Perhaps that's why you liked working with Ortega. It was anything but dull, and his recklessness spoke to that part inside you that longed for action. That was one of the reasons you put on the mask in the first place, wasn't it? To feel the freedom in the moment? Well, one of the reasons. Just ignore the growing commotion. Keep talking with Dr. Morgan. I'll go over there and try to defuse the situation before it escalates. Bo looks worried. I'll go over and check what's going on. Let's check on Bo. I won't be a moment. I won't be a moment, you say as you rise from the table, giving Dr. Mortem a confident smile. I just need to pull bow out of the frying pan. Pull bow out of the frying pan. I would have thought he could take care of himself, but as you please. The look on Dr. Mortem's face betrays little but curiosity, as if he's wondering how you're going to pull that off. So are you. As you saunter over the table, you get a closer look at what is going on. The table is full, every seat taken, but for the two vacated by the people arguing. It's a busy night, and people are always up for the chance to win. Though, as with any game of chance, most walk away broke. In a bar like Joe's, frequented by villain and henchman alike, games of chance always require special consideration. The telepathic dampeners may stop any psychic abilities from invading people's privacy, but there are plenty of physical powers that could interfere with the game. How do you stop someone with X-ray vision from seeing through cards, or someone with telekinesis from manipulating the fate or dice? The solution to that is quantum roulette. At first glance, it seems like normal roulette, but instead of a ball on a spinning wheel, the numbers are generated by a small quantum generator and projected holographically. Since quantum decay has resisted any attempts by science to apply logic or control to the process, this gives a reasonably foolproof randomness to the game. Not that it stops people from arguing about the outcome loudly. I don't care, this stinks. The tall, scarred woman doesn't have much money in front of the seat she has vacated, a sure sign that things are not going well for her. Mecca, Bo replies, reaches out to touch her arm, but she shrugs him off with an angry growl. Don't start anything. Looks like she already has. The tall Asian man, who is the focus of her ire, pushes his chair back and stands up as well. He is solidly built under that suit, a suit you would deem too expensive for these surroundings. Someone's someone's slumming. The single earring has a touch of style to his conservative exterior. You're damn right about that, Jake. Mecca's hands are clenching and unclenching, but whether a blow or a grab is coming, you are not sure. Turn to Mecca, gesturing towards a seat. Are you going to argue or play? Jake, gesturing towards his seat. Are you going to argue or play? Check our conversation with Bo, getting a feel for the situation first. Sit down in Mecca's vacated seat. Sit down in Jake's vacated seat. I, this feels like it's going to start a fight. No point in jumping into this blindly. Bo is a friend of sorts, so you might as well use that to test the waters. Nobody else is showing any signs of interfering. In fact, the other players have slowly started to collect their money, just in case things get out of control. The croupier is an old man with a bland face. He's patiently waiting for things to resolve themselves, though you wonder if he has a panic button for calling in the bouncer if things get too bad. Bo looks like he's trying to defuse the situation, but has little idea how. Mecca looks like she's searching for an excuse to pound someone into dust. And Jake doesn't look worried at all. That worries you, because that either means he's got a good mask on, or he's really as confident as he comes across. Working for Holograms gives him more clout than most minor villains in this room, but is he prepared to push that advantage? You're not sure. What you are sure of is that Mecca will snap soon. You can see her face darkening another shade, her already narrow eyes becoming dark slits of fury as she uh, keeps ranting at Jake, accusing him of cheating somehow. Hey, you give Bo a smile as you approach the table, pointedly ignoring the argument. How's your luck running tonight? Not bad. At least not as bad as. He makes a face in Mecca's direction, keeping his voice low. I heard, as did the rest of the bar. You keep your voice a loud stage whisper, strong enough to cut through their argument as you continue. Wish they'd take things outside. No need to ruin everyone else's evening. What's their beef anyway? You want to come over and have a drink? I think this might blow up soon. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, sure. I only wanted to extract Bo. It's not like I actually wanted them. You want to come over and have a drink? You nod towards Dr. Mortem, who's watching the scene with interest. I think this might blow up soon. Thanks, but Mecca. Bo raises his voice, trying one final time to dissuade the woman. Don't be an idiot, okay? It's not worth it. He's right, you know? You chime in with your best conciliatory voice. Bad luck happens to everyone. Just go get a drink instead. Maybe you'll have better luck another night. Yeah, Bo agrees. Not worth making a fuss over a bad losing streak. No! Micah's voice is hard and determined. That bastard is cheating. She points directly at Jake, her cybernetic finger digging into his chest. For a moment, you think things are about to explode. Instead, Jake brushes off his shirt, straightening his suit with a frustrated sigh. Wait, you said, looking between the two of them. Let me get this straight. I don't see how it's any of your business, Micah snaps. You're loud enough to make it my business, you retort, staring her down. She's not wrong about that. He's not the one running the game. Sounds like you just want to pick a fight. That's not gonna de-escalate this. He's not the one running the game. He's not the one running the game, you cautioned her. You can see the faint nod from the croupier acknowledging your presence for the first time. Are you sure you want to keep saying that? But Mecca glares at Jake, then looks at the croupier, then back at Jake. Hey, Mecca, I wouldn't. Bo reaches up to tug at her arm, but she bats it away. Shut up! You're not the one who's been losing, she glares at Jake. If you want to take this outside, I won't stop you. Jake keeps staring at her, but his frown is deepening, just to shut you up. You're losing, and I'm winning. It's the house you should be pissed at, not me. They're catering to you just like everyone else just because you work for Hollow Ground, just because they're afraid. She almost spits the last word in his face, and he takes a step back, face darkening. Outside, then. The threat is implicit in his words. Good, she says with a groan. Don't want to get banned. Hold my chair, Bo. I'll be right back. The expletives that Bo is muttering are many and varied, but he doesn't get up to stop her. Not that you'd think he would have succeeded. Mecca was spoiling for a fight. Everybody watches as Mecca storms out, followed 2 steps behind by Jake. If you have to judge from the mumbling that's erupted, people are betting on who will come back inside. Crap, Bo says, shaking his head. That's not going to end well. Do you care? The question is sincere, as you don't know how Bo feels about this Mecca. Maybe you should have been a little more conscious of his feelings, but without your telepathy, how could you know? God. Not really, Bo admits. I mean, I know her, but not enough to get involved in that mess. I know what you mean. You look towards the door, but there's no sign of what's going on outside. Are you going to play then? The croupier asks patiently, preparing the quantum generator for another round. See, free seats, so why not? No, I better get back to my drink. I won't play, but I'll give a Bo a suggestion before I go. I feel lucky. It would be horribly rude to just leave Dr. Mortem and start gambling now. Alright, nah. Now I'd better get back to my drink. You look over towards Dr. Mortem. He raises a glass to you, a smile on his lips. Yeah, I saw your business meeting was getting intense. Poe's little smirk is something suppose you have to allow. There's no way to change his mind. And there's no way of changing his mind without digging yourself further into this hole. Keep your mind on the game instead of my business. Speaking of which, you wink at Bo. Bet on red 12. I'm feeling lucky tonight. Getting lucky is more like it. One of the other players pipes in, but he is silenced by a quick kick under the table. Shut up, Egg. Bo gives him a glare. Don't talk about what's not your business. Sorry. The apology is sheepish but satisfactory. You're not quite sure what your reputation here is, but it is interesting that Bo feels strongly enough about you to defend your reputation. You can't help but smile a little as you walk back. Dr. Mortem raises a toast. Facts like Yasmin W, let's go. You can see Dr. Mortem raising his glass in a toast as you return. I see your excursion went well. He smiles and refills your drink. You are still in one piece. Of course. Did you doubt me? Let's just say I was curious about what you were up to. He gives you a look you're finding hard to read. Worried? More. There's a moment's pause as he searches for the right word. I suppose I was wondering why. Because it was fun. You raise your glass with a wink. Sometimes there's no need for another answer. That's true. There's another pause as he leans back, looking up at the ceiling. I suppose that this is what life is. Chaotic, random, violent, prone to ending in prone to end into spilled drinks, prone to end into spilled drinks and disappointment. That's bleak. You forget the fun part. That's bleak. I say, raising an eyebrow. You forget the fun part. I say, sipping my drink. Nothing is truly random. I say with a knowing smile. This is suitably cryptic, and we are being a melodramatic villain, even if not right now. But yeah, random is a collection of factors you don't know about right now. Fair enough. Nothing is truly random, you say with a knowing smile. There are patterns everywhere if you know where to look. And you do, mademoiselle. Dr. Morton gestures to the room, a small smile creeping into existence. You have to, you say quite bluntly, if you want to survive doing this for a living. And this is truly what you want to do? It'll do for now. I bet you didn't start out in this line of work. Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to. His face has gone dark. Because the answers would make me a liability, you say with a teasing smile, and liabilities end up disappear. It's not like you're a stranger to secrets. Ha! The laugh is short and sharp enough to almost be a cough. I knew there was a reason why I liked working with you. My boss values their li- my boss values their privacy as well. You shrug. I've had to curb my curiosity. And what other things have you had to curb? You're not quite sure, but the question almost sounds like an ambition. Uh, Almost sounds like a challenge. Is Dr. Morton trying to sound you out as much as you are him? Wouldn't you like to know? I say with a flirty wink. My ambition, for now, I say with a confidence. Nothing I can't live without, I say with a shrug. You know what? Fuck it. Flirty wink. Let's keep him off balance. Wouldn't you like to know? You say with a flirty wink in Yasmin's body. That's usually enough to distract more conversations. What do you mean? The question is deceptively innocent. His eyes are not. That is for you to figure out, you say with a cryptic smile, if you're interested enough. Really, good thing our collaboration is not yet ended. Speaking of collaboration, I was thinking. Dr. Mordum seems to take the hint and changes to safer, more neutral subjects like your armor sign. Good. Hopefully things can stay that way for the rest of the evening. Just an ordinary night out. Later that night. Damn, now we should go back. I don't think that was the next chapter. Yes, later. Later on, much later. The cab brought you home without incident. Now you're sitting in the kitchen trying to calm your restless thoughts while your puppet sleeps, her dreamless sleep. Dreamless. You wish the same could be said for you. Talking with Dr. Morton made you think a little too much. Thinking can be dangerous, and yet, why? Why are you doing this? Revenge? Anger? Justice? It's not too late to back out. Not yet. You could pay off Dr. Morton and bury the suit in your closet once it gets finished. Nobody needs to know. And yet, is that really an option? Go back into hiding? Live a life in the shadows? Pretending they will never find you? Maybe you would have had a shot at that before you ran into Ortega, but now the clock is ticking. All you can do is make sure you are as prepared as possible. So why are you doing this? I want revenge against the people who hurt me. I've had enough of being stepped on. I want a good life, and this is the best way I can have it. I need to show the world the truth. I don't know what I want, just this feels inevitable. I need to show the world the truth. Something horrible has happened. I mean, everyone needs to know about it. You know the truth of what goes on behind the scenes, what the sham of a government is really up to, the way the military and corporations run everything behind the scenes. You know because you've been there. You've seen the system from the inside, and you have rejected it. People are idiots if they think they can change things from the inside. That's not how systems work. It's the people who get changed by the system, chewed up and spat out when they are no longer of use. Maybe there is a better way than the path you're walking down, but if so, you wouldn't know it. You are what they made you, and it would be a shame not to use those skills for a better cause. Bringing them down. Soon the waiting will end. It's been a grueling 2 years. This isn't a life. This isn't a way to live. You keep staring at the glass of water sitting on your kitchen table in front of you. Or it would have been your kitchen table if your apartment were big enough to have a proper kitchen. Comfort is not a priority. Not right now. Eating on the couch is not that bad. Not really. At least you have the option to pick out what you want to eat. And the option to pick what paper you want to read. You actually bought one yesterday because paper makes things feel more real than digital does. It feels good to tear the page out, to look at it, to crumple it in your hands like it matters. And it does matter. What you're holding is no less than the site of your debut, the place where, after so much deliberation, you will reveal yourself to the world, where all the sweat, pain, and sacrifices will be realized into your new self. You smooth out the page again and read the article once more, even though you know it by heart. Reread the article. The Heroic Heritage Museum set for a grand reopening in Los Diablos, the headline says. You read on. When Mayor Alvarez officially opens the Heroic Heritage Museum next week with a grand benefit gala, it will mark the end of a painful restoration project. The work ran 1 year over schedule and millions of dollars over budget. The most famous of the Los Diablos city museums has been closed since the Shasta quake 2 years ago. Renovation was delayed by a dispute over city funds in the wake of the budget crisis. I'm glad that it's finally been completed, says Museum Director Gerard Cho. The museum is a symbol of the heroic spirit of the West Coast, and I'm proud to see it stand tall once more. On Wednesday, the last of the collections were moved back, including the famous W, the last surviving letter from the iconic Hollywood sign. Some collections still remain in storage to allow for the gala to be held in the museum halls. The proceedings from the gala will go towards the museum endowment fund. Everything has changed, says Shanika Jones, Shaniqua Jones, the museum's director of collections. Finish reading. You skim through the rest of the page, thinking back to your plans instead. There will be celebrities there, and thus it will be crawling with the press. This is the perfect way to get a flying start and cement your reputation as a villain to be reckoned with. There will be heroes there, and you're willing to bet they will include at least one of the Rangers. That is part of why the government foots their bill, to have a team to show off and placate the populace. Smoothing out the page, you ponder your options as you look at the pictured building. There is going to be a big media presence. It is a central location. If something happens there, headlines will be huge. They could be your headlines. They should be your headlines. But what kind? Your forgotten cigarette has burned to an ashy stub in your hand. But it doesn't matter, because your mind is already at work. You have decided how you want the world to first learn of your presence. Destroying the museum building will strike fear into everyone. I get the opportunity to take the Rangers out on camera. There will be an exhibit of sidestep. I'll destroy my past before it destroys me. Robbing Miguel will give me the funds I need. This one is a little too pointed. I feel like there's definitely going to be a connection made if anything like this. We're being subtle. The way I'm doing this, I don't want everyone to be scared. Just, the people who should be. Rangers is a hard maybe, but I think this one's the one I'm gravitating towards the most. Because we're living in the economic front. We need that money. You are so tired of this. Tired of living in hiding. Tired of being trapped by the same four walls. Tired of being this gray shadow of a nobody, just to be safe. Money can't solve everything, but you've reached a point now where it feels like you deserve something more. A secret base, a nice apartment, just a feeling of luxury now and then without living hand to mouth. Are you walking down this path just for the money? No. But you would be stupid not to take advantage of the fact that there will be as much money at that benefit gala as there would be in a bank. Cash, jewelry, important people with things to show off. Oh, you will show them, all right. Dr. Mortimer will soon be finished with the armor. You have a target. Now all you need is a plan. Time to get to work. Next chapter. All right. You know what? Still have time. I'm still kind of in that period. Let's keep it going. I think we could probably get at least one more in here. 2 days later, waiting for yeah. Waiting for Dr. Mortem to finish up the suit would have driven you to distraction if you didn't have other things to do. Planning for your debut means learning everything you can about the museum, procuring floor plans, scanning the minds of city officials, pondering escape routes and weak points. You have a few ideas of how to go about this. But that is something you'll have to think about later, because you're already running late for your session with Lady Argent. You know that if you take too long, Ortega will worry. He used to anyway, and you don't think people change that much. And yet, what does that say about you? Have you changed, or were you always bad back then? Was it all pretend, or is this just you playing with new masks now? Not, uh, not that it matters. You've set your course now, for better or worse. Ignoring the mirror, you put on your jacket, doing your best to look as tired and mundane as possible. It wouldn't do to let anything of your true self slip out on a day like this. Not when you've got to maintain shields strong enough to survive yet another trip into Lady Argent's mind. This time, ostensibly, to help. You've put this off for as long as you've been able to. As long as you've been able. So it's now or never. The ride to the Rangers' headquarters will be just long enough to get into character. You've certainly had enough practice. Third time's the charm. This time, the Rangers' headquarters doesn't feel as intimidating. You are here by invitation, and there is nothing compromising that the scanners can reveal without being far more intrusive than the passive ones concealed in the walls. That wouldn't do. Ortega trusts you. Thank you again for doing this. Ortega meets you down in the foyer, trying to vainly to conceal the tension on his face. You know him far too well to be fooled. He is in uniform this time, white lightning designs on deep blue nanomesh, making him fit these hallways far better than you. A colorful ghost on a past you wish you could forget. His mind is a static blur as always, a radio left on the wrong station. Can't say I'm looking forward to this. You suppress a shiver as you look around, wondering if you have been put into the security system yet. How would they classify you? Friendly? Not a threat? Would it be worth the risk to get closer to them for possible future advantage? I understand. There's a hint of hesitation, as if Ortega has some time to think about what his request really means. The risk he's putting you through. You know, I'm only doing this because you asked me to, right? No, you don't. You really don't. I'll try to help her if I can. Yeah, I'm only doing this because you asked me to. It's very hard to say no to Ortega. You know, I'm only doing this because you asked me to, right? Don't look at Ortega as you walk, moving in step as if you've never stopped working together. And I hope you know I wouldn't have asked this if I could think of any other way, right? He does a little half turn so he can look at you. He keeps staring straight ahead. I suppose it's nice to be wanted. I've missed you, you know? The softness of his smile has reached of the smile has reached his eyes, and you look away a little too fast. Show nothing, feel less. You continue your walk, surrounded by deceptively blank walls, neither of you knowing what to say to each other. That's good to know that Ortega has as much trouble finding the right words when you're together as you do. Probably not for the same reason. You were the one with the crush, not he. What are you supposed to make of that? Is she ready for me? You switch topics to the safest one you have, Lady Argent. As ready as she can be, Ortega sighs. Maybe this will help her even if we don't find any clues. She's been tense. She's been violated. I can understand. In a strange way, you do. You've lived through what she has, and now you. Was that what it felt like? Ortega was always far too good at reading your mind. I don't want to talk about it. Your voice has gone hard, your words locking your feelings down. I. There is the briefest of pauses before he continues. I respect that. Really? The snort is out of your mouth before you can stop it. That's new. Can't say I like it. Ortega pauses to give you a long look. But it's your call, Shen. It's your call. Shen, what does steel have to do with it? You don't bother to hide your frown. He felt it too. He felt it too. During the last mission we did together. At least some of it. You notice he doesn't mention heartbreak by name. But the dampness. They were overloading, he explains, too eager to get a chance to talk about this again. That's why I was almost too late. He was what? What's the matter? Curiosity, yeah. Was what? You can't help the morbid curiosity. It started to get to him. He managed to keep himself under control just about, but how did he manage that? You're not sure whether resentment or curiosity has the upper hand right now. I reminded him he was a soldier, that his life wasn't his own anymore. You. The look on your face makes Ortega turn away. I guess I was channeling my father a little. A small, embarrassed laugh. It seemed to do the trick. Lucky for steel, you say, with resentment dripping from your words. You walk the rest of the way in silence. Time to get this done. The small conference room is shrouded in shadows, the only light a softly glowing ball set on the table in front of you. A candle would have been better, but apparently low-tech devices like that are not within this new facility. Probably some fire safety rule, which is ridiculous since you know they store things. Which is ridiculous because you know they store things here that could level half the city. You stole one of them, after all. Close your eyes, you tell Lady Argent. You use your most convincing voice, even though you still feel like a bundle of nerves, ready to jump at any sudden interruptions. Why? I don't like that. She sits on the other side of the table, leaning back in her chair, with silvery arms crossed over her chest. Her posture leaks aggression and hostility, masking the fear beneath. I explain that it's for her own good. I admit she's a bit intimidating, saying it'll help me focus. I joke a little to try to ease the tension. Hmm. I feel like this is the one she would feel best about because she feels like she likes being scary. Honestly, your eyes are more than a little unnerving, you admit with what you hope is a sheepish smile, feeling her shirt sticking to your back. It's meant to help her relax and feel in control. Yeah, because then the fault is yours, not hers. 'Cause meant to help her relax and feel in control, but there is more than a little truth to your admission. Her eyes are as silver as the rest of her, just a faint glow to distinguish them from the rest of her face. This close, you can see a hint of what might be a pupil in the center, but it is dark and opaque and faintly oblong, a single monolith shrouded by mist. You feel painfully mundane compared to her esoteric form, just a pretender trying to recapture their former glory. It's times like this when you realize how much a uniform helps with feeling confident, how easy it was to hide your misgivings behind a mask and soft, nervous skin behind tough armor. There is so much riding on this that you feel like you have a gun pointed at your head, betting that the hammer will strike an empty chamber. Fine, she snaps, not sounding surprised. Most likely you are not the first one to feel unnerved in her presence. Just get it over with. Calm down, Argent, Ortega says. He shifts a little when he sits off where he sits, off to the side, but he won't be in the way. I am calm, she retorts, words snapping like angry dogs. You stay out of this, Ricardo. But she dutifully closes her eyes. It looks eerie, your reflection shimmering on her face even in the dim light. If you lean close enough, you bet you would be able to see your own eyes staring back from her closed eyelids. Do my best to make her feel at ease. I joke a little with Ortega. I play up my own nervousness. Well, you played up your nervousness. I feel like I should have put. Yeah, make her feel at ease. Try to make this gentle. That helps sell the illusion too. I feel like I should apologize for doing this. You can't help but mean it because things feel different this time, doing it openly when she's aware of what's happening. Suddenly, she's a person and not a tool, and what you're about to do is both frightening and invasive. I asked you to. Her words are sharp and confident, but you can feel the brittleness of her aura. I know, you say softly. I wouldn't be doing this otherwise. I just want you to know that whatever I see in there will remain private. It better, she, she snaps as you brush up against her thoughts, silvery and slick and oh so familiar. She is worried, her aura buzzing with anger and frustration. You can understand why. What you put her through was traumatic. Now she sits here again with her attacker pretending to be the physician who would examine her for evidence. No wonder she's tense. The invulnerable girl made vulnerable. You almost feel bad. You need to focus now. You close your eyes and take a moment to center yourself before gingerly reaching out to brush the edge of your consciousness against hers. The first contact feels almost electric, a static mental shock making your mouth taste like metal before you leave your body behind. Reading a mind is scanning the surface like a pebble skidding across a pond, each touch of rock to water revealing new thoughts and feelings. Possessing someone, on the other hand, is a completely different discipline. When you take someone over, you don't want to interact with the mind at all. You just trap it so you can use their body as you please. Little butterfly thoughts caught in a snow globe, undisturbed until shaken. What you are doing now is something else. This time you're sinking into an active mind, subsuming yourself in the turmoil of her thoughts. It looks like this is going to be a bumpy ride. Burying yourself in the silver blizzard feels like driving a Cessna through a storm, winds of panic tossing you from side to side. Her mind is deep, dark, and turgid, neither pond nor snow globe, but rather an endless stormy ocean. Everyone has their own mental landscape, like mountains carved by ages of rain and wind. Hers are all clouds over water and odd metallic structures, shifting and turning, an ever-changing city of steel below you. Everything reflects your abrasive presence. You have to fight hard to keep your chosen shape, so close to the one you're wearing physically, tired, worn out, innocent. Now, how to go about this? The longer you linger in her mind, the bigger the chance of slipping up and letting her catch on to who you really are. On the other hand, if you try to force things too fast, her mind might recoil and strike back, which would have the same effect, a paintbrush or a scalpel. I try to stay aloft, keeping a light touch as I repaint her memories. I dive deep, trying to cut out what needs to be gone and insert a new alternative. That's light touch. We're better at subtle manipulations anyway. The wind feels like a living thing, touching you with feather fingers as if trying to discern whether you are a threat or not. It takes everything you have to relax and let it probe, to allow Argent's mind to taste enough of you to decide whether to bring its teeth out or not. Was it always this difficult to be gentle? Just a stray thought lost inside her mind? It gets harder and harder to remember, but apparently you can still generate enough trust to make her back down for the moment. Good. The winds die down somewhat, letting you gain enough altitude to survey the intricacy of her mind. The air smells of ozone and fresh laundry. Peculiar combination that almost has you smiling in recognition. It shouldn't be too hard to do what you want up here, but while her mind is pliable, it's tempting to do a few other modifications as well. No, I won't risk compromising my main task here. It can't hurt to try to make her see me as a friend. I'll make some preparations for the next time I have to fight her. I feel like if I do this, if I activate those preparations, you do get the option to activate them later, actually. It's a thing of like, I feel like it'll be too obvious. But yeah, subtle manipulation. Make her trust me a little more. I can't hurt. Change Lady Argent's feelings about you. You might as well play around a little while you're here, and adjust her feelings towards you shouldn't be any harder than diffusing her memories. It's not like you're breaking anything, just enforcing what's already there. Should you feel bad about this? You ponder this hint of guilty conscience as you seek out the warmer currents of her mind, searching for any trace of positive feelings towards you. Is this kind of invasion becoming too easy? Are you comfortable with manipulating the very essence of a person? Probably. Are you too comfortable with manipulating the very essence of a person? Probably, but that doesn't really change anything now, does it? You're not a hero anymore, if you ever were. A guilty conscience won't change the world, so you need to learn how to let these things go. Why should you care anyway? You have done worse things to better people, but now the only difference is that, oh, the only difference is that she's Ortega's friend. Does he still have such a hold on you? Yes. Is that even a line of reasoning you want to pursue? No, definitely not. Quashing your remaining misgivings, you banish any thought of old friends and focus on making current ones. Changing someone's feelings like this is not something you've done before, and perhaps that thought should be intimidating, but you can't allow yourself any doubts, and doubts in here. Instead, you drift slowly, or following the warm current as it wraps itself around you. There is no heartbeat in here, but the mind has a pulse of its own, and you are trying to breathe with it, calm, at peace, comfortable. You don't know why her mind is in such turmoil, but you want yourself to be associated with a quiet spot in there, someone who won't stress her, someone who's not a threat, someone she will think kindly of, if at all. It's not a best friend you want, and from what you can feel around you, it's doubtful she even has one. She doesn't seem to let people close, but maybe, just maybe, she won't actively push you away. Now to get this done. You float effortlessly in the sky, shielded from the storm by childhood memories of comfort. A mother's hug, a father's steady hand. The jealousy this evokes is quickly suppressed. You have no time to indulge in what you've never had. It is enough to use her past to protect you from her present. Wrapping yourself in the semblance of parenthood, you soar over the changing structures until they quiet down. She has stopped fighting now, her mind no longer recognizing you as a threat. Time to go to work. It is a risky business, what you are about to do, but now that you have left your body behind, slumped in the comfortable chair, you are also free of fears. You bring no baggage. You are invisible and content, uh, and competent, pure intent with no thoughts to spare failure. Your worst enemies as a telepath is yourself. To imagine failure or doubt your abilities is as dangerous as a trapeze artist suddenly noticing the vertiginous height from which they ply their trade. You have a task here, and you set about to it. No thoughts about the consequences of failure. You spread the seeds you've crafted as you gild through subconscious worries, adding gentle nudges here and there to make sure the currents move in the way you want them to. Illusions, misdirection. Your first step is to tweak the vague memory of your intrusion to point towards someone else. You need to add a few key differences in tone to give Argent a realistic final memory of contemptuously curled lips, bright purple against black skin, the color signature of Locust. You refine that hint of sadness that she had already picked up on, the feeling of regret that it had to come to this. Over it all, you sprinkle a feeling of discomfort that this was a necessary evil, that it wasn't anything against Argent personally, but simply something that had to be done for the greater good. You are left with a delicious cupcake of implications sprinkled with doubt, and you wonder how bad of a diet she is on, since even now thoughts of food equal comfort in her brain. Finally, you are done. There is no time left for sightseeing, so you pull back quickly, making sure to cloud yourself in a different mental feeling than usual. Something she can remember when she wakes up. Stale beer and lost dreams, tired concern, suppressed annoyance. We're trying to be nice and gentle, so tired concern. You wrap yourself in tiredness and gentle concern. You don't want her to fear you. You want her to like you. Jean? Ortega has his hands on your shoulder, and you realize he must have been steadying you so you wouldn't fall off the chair. It's a lucky thing, too, because the room is spinning. It takes a few moments for you to catch your breath. I'm fine. You cough out the words, making this look a lot more serious than it actually is. She has very strong mental defenses. Whoever did this to her was good. Whoever did this to her was good. Again, not a lie, as it is dangerous to lie to people like this. Far better to skirt the truth. Not mentioning the fact you indirectly just praised yourself and like, yeah, I'm good. Because they are good, you know? Not whoever. Lady Argent's voice fills with cold rage, but luckily it isn't aimed at you. Locust. It was Locust. I knew she couldn't be trusted. Nobody's that nice for real. Argent's mouth is a severe line of silver, razor thin and just as cruel. You would not want to be in Locust's shoes right now when Argent finds her, which she won't, considering that the girl has been missing for months. Are you sure? Ortega asks her, helping you back to your feet. You feel so very out of place here in your wrinkled clothes, but that is just what you need to be right now. Just someone helping out, not a hero anymore, and certainly not a villain. Yeah, I'm sorry if Jean got hurt, she says. She gives you a look that could possibly be construed as apologetic. I'm fine, you mumble, wondering if it's a good sign that she knows your name now. Not that she listens. But they jogged something, she continues, touching her forehead as if the gesture helps her focus. I remember it clearly now. I saw her, just a glance before it happened. Argent has risen, and she stands now, looking down at her hands, the fingertips pointed and sharp. There is a twitch to them, as if she wants to tear into something. She's up to something. I'm not sure what. It almost feels like she was forced. Or maybe she was sorry she had to do that to me. Her voice drops a few octaves into a disturbingly inhuman growl. Not that it matters. She will pay all the same. Nobody does that to me and walks away from it. Pictured us having done that to her and also walking away from it. You have a hard time hiding your smile when where you stand looking tired and lost. You are dying to tell her the truth when she postures, all indignant fury. You are dying to tell her that you did it and you got away with it too, but you do not. She will know soon enough. They all will. You'd better go and tell Chen. Ortega motions towards the door, while you still remember everything. I'll just make sure Jean is all right. Good. She throws herself back in a silvery cascade. Confidence restored. You finally have a lead now. The door slams shut behind her, hard enough to make you jump. Being in there has made you more skittish than you thought. You can finally breathe. Do you mind if I turn on the lights? Ortega walks over to the console. No, you say, shielding your eyes. Sorry. There's a quick smile of amusement that quickly turns into worry as he takes a closer look at you. You look like crap, Sean. I feel it. I feel like it. I rub my head. Why did you think I wore a mask? I say with a straight face. You always had the best compliments, I tease. You worry too much. I shrug off his concern. You always had the best compliments. uh, Back into old habits. You always had the best compliments, I tease. Pleased to see him turning around, looking a little bit embarrassed. I did, didn't I? He walks over to one of the side tables, distracting himself. Funny how my relationships never seem to last. Well, at least you know what to work on. You joke, looking at his muscular back, far more noticeable when he's in costume. Looks like he's been staying in shape. Just a moment. Ortega reaches up towards the ceiling. You see a small electrical arc between his hand and the sensor array. There, fire alarm is turned off now, so you can have a smoke if you want. Hells, do you realize you could have set it off? You give him an incredulous look. I wouldn't have appreciated being sprinklered. But your hand is already reaching for your pocket. A cigarette sounds divine right now. I've gotten better at controlling the current, he shrugged. And I know how you feel after doing strenuous things like that. I thought you might need a little pick-me-up before going back out there. You're not wrong. You close your eyes to savor the moment. You never used to be this thoughtful. Things change. I suppose they do. Both of you fall back into what was in both of you fall back into what in the past would have been a comfortable silence. Now, not so much. This is exactly what you were afraid of when agreeing to this, that Ortega would take it as an excuse to reconnect further. Dangerous. Do you want to talk about it? He asks, as if he could read your mind. Why is he? What is he talking about, though? There's a long list of things you imagine he would want to discuss, none of which you're comfortable with. Talking doesn't help, I say with a shrug. No, I cross my arms. Not right now, I say, looking away. Again, I do like playing this like us. It's not right now, because it's so very hard to say no to Ortega. Not right now, you say, looking away. That's fair. He lets out a small sigh. I just want you to know that when you do, I'll be there for you. You can't promise that, you say flatly, keeping your face motionless. I suppose you're right, but you look over to Ortega, suspecting that once the look of hesitation on his face has passed, he's going to do something embarrassing and personal. I need to get going. I step away to avoid the impending hug. I don't do anything, but see what happens. I hug him first. Yeah, yeah, no, yeah, yeah. This is kind of in keeping. Ron makes bad decisions around Ortega. You take a step forward, decisively giving him a hug. You can do that without slipping up, right? You've missed him. Missed the way he makes you feel. Friends, more than friends, at least in your heart. Ortega hugs back, a little harder than you, a little longer than necessary. Then you break the hug, stepping back. You. Ortega shakes his head in surprise. I've missed you too. His face lights up in one of those far too bright and carefree grins, and for a moment you're taken back to how things used to be. It's unfair the way his smile slips through your shields. In the old days, you would have let yourself long for more, but things have changed. Don't plan on, don't plan for a repeat performance. You give him a cautionary look. Of course not. The smile is a little embarrassed. Still, no need to be a stranger in the future. Maybe. I need to get going now, though. You look down, not sure how to react to your sudden burst of emotions. This is getting too complicated. Of course, Ortega scratches. the back of his head and motions towards the door. I haven't missed this kind of hangover. You rub your face as you walk through the corridor, heading back towards the elevators. You're not exaggerating much, but it's a handy excuse to get out of here before you say or do anything you'll regret. Ortega often has that effect on you. Harold's been asking about you, by the way. He has a hesitant look on his face, as if debating whether to bring this up to you. Has he now? I say, sounding hesitant. I hope you shot him down, I say, not bothering to hide my annoyance. Why? I ask, making sure not to show any particular reaction. Yeah, that's why. It's worth asking. Why? You ask, making sure not to show any particular reaction. You have no reason to dislike Harold. He wanted to be here for this, Ortega sighed a little, shaking his head. I said no, of course. Huh. You rub your chin, trying to figure out what that might mean. Is he that worried about Argent? Honestly, I think he wanted to see you again, Ortega says with a teasing jab as you step into the elevator. You're his idol, after all. What? You can't hide your confused reaction as you predicted, that makes his smile grow even wider. You didn't know? He asks with an innocent look on his face, leaning so very casually against the elevator wall. How could I? You had forgotten how smug he could be. And more importantly, why? I could think of a few reasons. The look Ortega gives you is pointed like a dagger. Maybe you should ask him sometime. Is he trying to get you to come back to the team? How little he knows. Maybe you should tell him Sidestep is dead. The elevator sighs to a halt, the doors promising relief. You step through them a little quicker than natural, trying to look like you're not escaping. It's hard. Is that really how you see it? Yes. You make sure to really stress that word as you give him a stern glare. That's not just how I see it, it's how things are. I am retired. I don't think you've lost a knack. Just look at what you did back there. Of course, Ortega wouldn't let it rest. Luckily, you are approaching the exit now, so there is an end to your ordeal. Don't be an idiot, you say with a sigh, making a final effort to smile at him. Just let me get out of here and collapse in peace. You know where I am if you want to talk, all right? There's that look on his face again, the I'm worried about you look. The one you really don't need right now. Or you'll come find me, right? You phrase it as a joke, but it hits far too close to home. Ortega is a risk, but luckily he will soon be less of one. Once you've stepped over the line, you can cut loose this ghost of a friendship and be done with it. Until then, you need to keep the mask on, even when it shaves. Lying to yourself. Next chapter. Next chapter. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I was right. These are definitely getting shorter as we approach the finale here. Hmm. Hmm. Do I want to keep going? There is a part of me that wants to be like, hey, maybe I should keep the finale altogether. There's another part of me that thinks, I have the time. I think that one's gonna win today. I have the time. If I'm feeling like I'm on a roll, I don't really feel like I want to stop. You know what I'm saying? Chapter 7. Let's fucking do this thing. 3 weeks later. This is what Christmas is supposed to feel like. As with many things, you never really understood the feelings involved, but you've seen enough on screen to mimic what was expected of you. But today you feel like you understand the volatile mixture of tension and excitement. If you had dared to laugh, you would have. The garage you're standing in is a small space. The corners filled with dust, but the white van parked at one end is kept in perfect shape. It's been your improvised base for the last few days because you needed somewhere neutral to prepare. Your first secret base. You wish it had been grander, but it'll have to do for now. The crate smells like sawdust and disinfectant when you open it, a vaguely chemical odor that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Are you afraid? Nervous? Impatient? You're not sure how you feel as you pull out the separate parts of the armored suit and set them on the floor in front of you. They look more solid than their holographic counterparts, beset with a realness that makes you feel like a cardboard cutout. When you pick up the nanomesh skin suit that goes underneath, it is slick as liquid in your hands, not at all like what you remember wearing as sidestep. Have you just gotten too used to the comfortable drabness of ordinary fabrics, or is this more advanced than your old suit? Maybe it's just that this one is meant to go under armor, and thus has none of the reinforced padding that you wore. It doesn't matter, really. It needs to be put on either way. You glance briefly towards the owner of the garage, a stocky, older man sitting with his back towards you, the bag over his head ensures you get a bit of privacy, but undressing is not something you do lightly. You might need his hands and van in a few days' time, but that doesn't mean you haven't taken precautions to keep yourself anonymous. I've manipulated him as gently as I can, brainwashed him until he follows my every command. Subtle manipulation is the vibe. Everyone has something you can use for leverage, and for this man it was a thirst for alcohol. It was easy to trigger his mind into going through the motions of thinking he was drinking himself into oblivion, then trapping him in drunken dreams until you woke him up. You've been here every night for the last week without him suspecting, rehearsing your plan, nudging his mind until it became pliable enough to do what you needed it to do. Still, this method has its drawbacks, and one of them is the snoring. You can see the paper bag vibrate with the force of it, moving slightly in and out with every breath, making it impossible for you to ignore that he's here. You can't afford to let yourself be bothered by that, even though pulling off your shirt makes you sweat as badly as he does. You better get this over with fast. There are no mirrors in here, and you avoid looking down at yourself as you put on the skin suit. It clings to your body in an uncomfortably private way, reminding you of other invasions. Still, once it's on, it settles down on you like a second skin, turning you part shadow in the harsh light. It also makes you realize that you are not 20 anymore, that it's been years since you had a washboard stomach. The chest piece takes care of that admirably. Bit by bit, you strap on the suit. The various pieces interlock with a smooth mechanical sound as you press them together. It's not something you can slip into with a drop of a hat, but you don't need to hurry right now. And with a bit of planning, there should be no need for it in the future either. You need time to get into character, turning yourself from faded nobody into your new self. The gloves slide on with a faint hiss, the left one bulkier and filled with menace. You can't feel the nanovores you know are resting there. They lie in their default state of peaceful slumber, hidden inside the reinforced compartments ringing your palm. One thing you do feel is the Rat King, stirring to life as you grab the helmet with both hands, jogging the former targeting matrix into wakefulness. It chitters excitedly as you push the helmet down over your head, resulting in a moment of breathlessness before the suit's internal systems take over and the entire thing boots up. The sensation is nothing short of glamorous. Seeing the systems blink into green one by one, you're struck by a sense of giddy elation. You wonder what you should do first. Feel amazing. I need to check out how this works. I need to try out how the suit works. Like we're still not mirror ready, but yeah, try the functions. Function is more important than form. It won't matter how good it looks if it doesn't work. That is why you are still alive, because you've always been more focused on getting the job done than on how you look while doing it. Sometimes you wonder how it would feel to be someone as carefree as Harold, Be able to effortlessly indulge in flash and style without ever having to worry about secrecy. Let's try this baby out. You can see the suit's control systems light up at the edge of your vision. Everything is flashing green, the number is almost too faint to make out. A flicker of your eyes enlarges them, telling you that the battery is at full capacity, the nanobore containment system is running smoothly, and there are no dangerous chemicals in the air that surrounds you. You shut off the screen with another wink inside your mask, pondering how to start testing things properly. Looking around, you remember that the garage owner is a smoker. There should be cigarettes somewhere in here, and it doesn't take you too long to find them. You could have used your own, but you'd rather leave as little of yourself behind here as possible. Lighting one up is a fine test of dexterity. You're pleased to see that the finger joints run so smoothly that you have no issues, even handling something as delicate as a match. After a few tries, good. And since you can't smell the cigarette smoke at all, at least that part of the air filtration system is working properly. You just have to hope that it can stand up to the standard array of tear gas and worse that you can expect to be subjected to. Turning off the lights makes your night vision activate, painting the garage in pale greens and grays. The infrared seems to be working as well, the still body of the owner a warmer spot than the recently extinguished cigarettes. Your own hand is quite dim and hard to spot. It seems Dr. Morton has managed to make your armor quite insulated, at least when you are not using any of the more power-draining functions. Good to know. Now to test the strength. The spare tire feels light in your hands, more like a foam prop than the real thing. You might not have gone with the enhanced strength options, but you are still stronger than you used to be. Maybe as strong as Ortega, though you've never really bothered to think about exactly how strong his enhancements make him. Just feeling this powerful, I can't reach to punch someone. Good, just what I need right now. I have to be careful not to go overboard. Can't afford to be cocky. Careful, caution. You have to be careful not to go overboard. You can't afford to get cocky. Not right now, when you are so close. So the strength is fine. Speed is a little harder to try out in here. You move through a few seamless katas, smiling underneath your helmet. The suit feels and moves like your own body. It remains to be seen how much of an improvement over your own reflexes it will be once you are out in the field. You are not fool enough to try firing up a pair of jump jets indoors. The same goes for the armor itself. You can't feel any pain when hitting yourself with a hammer and throwing yourself headfirst onto the floor leaves you rattled, but and throwing yourself headfirst onto the floor leaves you rattled but not bruised. You don't dare to put your finger in the socket to test the insulation, because that might short out the entire building. But considering you told Dr. Morton that isolation was a priority, you have to trust his judgment. You know all too well what Ortega can do. And finally, you take a deep breath, looking down at your left hand because you know you can't put it off. But at the same time, you are more than a little nervous. There is a presence that you can feel, a lethal heaviness of intent that you are too familiar with. The first cavemen feel the same when they lit a campfire, the terrifying elation of controlling something that could kill them. The nanobores are a colony, and not a swarm. They are neutered and cannot procreate, and if Dr. Morton has done his job, they should also target inorganic rather than organic matter. Your armor is their designated home, so it is safe for their voracious appetite. So it is safe from their voracious appetites. But everything else, you look around the room, trying to decide what to try them on. Play it safe, destroying a wrench to test how easily they are controlled. Try a chair. Will they spare the wood and eat the metal? The important thing is whether they are truly neutered. Can they target living creatures? Chair. This feels like a good discerning test because it has both organic and inorganic parts, like enmeshed within it. You walk over to the chair lying on the floor. It had fallen over when you first walked in and took over the owner. It is a simple construction, metal legs with a wooden seat and back. Just something to sit on when you take a breather and a cup of coffee. Right now, it is the perfect target to test the accuracy of your secret weapon. Picking up the chair is an easy thing now that you are stronger than you used to be. Holding it by one metal leg, you trigger the nanomores. They feel like ants, and the crisp impression of formic acid stinging your mind, though you know there is no physical substance here. The friendly presence of the Rat King sits at the back of your mind, helping you see and control every aspect of the swarm. You can feel them covering the chair, and you frown a little at the focus you have to exert to keep them moving over a surface they are not allowed to eat. Still, you can guide them with little effort, spreading over the chair, sparing the wood while devouring all the other disparate metal pieces. Legs, bolts, the metal supports, and the backrest. It is all devoured, leaving the seat and the backrest dropping to the floor, gnawed clean like bones. Good. You not only have control, there is an ease and an elegance to it that has you smiling inside your mask. Now that you've made sure everything is in working order, you can't quite resist the urge to take a look at yourself, a self you can admire. There are no mirrors in the garage, but the windows on the white van are kept impossibly clean. It's not perfect, but there's enough to give you a rough idea of what you have turned yourself into. The van distorts your image a bit as it reflects it back at you, but you can see enough to make you admit Dr. Mortimer has done a good job. It is a no-frills suit, sleek and functional, without being either showy or drab. You're glad you don't have to feel like a fool when you are making your debut in your new identity. There is enough drama out there already without you adding to it. Maybe it's a touch too military, but it's hard not to give that impression when you put on armor. You can't go out there and fight in normal clothing. The days of being sidestep are over. You just have to get used to this. The cape looks more like a coat, softening the look of the armor and giving you a practical way to distract when you move. For a moment, you stand alone in the garage, lost in thought. You keep flexing your hands, feeling the armored suit shift according to your movements. It feels so good. It feels so very good. And you imagine that after a few days' practice, it will feel even better. Outside, the sun is shining. Citizens of Los Diablos, the citizens of Los Diablos going about their business as normal, not knowing that something has been born. Inside, someone is laughing. You are laughing. The temptation to take your new self out for a spin is almost overwhelming. Then your phone rings. I jump, startled out of my reverie. I swear, annoyed that I'm getting interrupted. Only one person has this number, Ortega. Of course, there is only one person who has this number, and that is Ortega. You had to get a cheap burner phone so he could stay in touch. The phone is a compromise you don't like, but the alternative would be worse. If you didn't have it, chances are he would just try to seek you out in person, and this is far safer. Controlled access. You pull off your helmet, casting a glance towards the man in the chair. He still hasn't moved, showing no signs that he heard the phone ring. Good. Yes, you answer the phone, not bothering to hide the irritation in your voice. You've been dodging Ortega for the last week. Right now, bolstered by the suit, you feel confident enough to stop hiding. John? Ortega's voice sounds distant. Do you think someone has Of course. Do you think someone has stolen my phone? It feels unreal to stand here flexing your left hand, feeling the joints shift as you move your fingers. Maybe since you haven't been answering it lately. Is that worry or reproach in his voice? I've been busy, I've been sick. Not everybody is glued to their phone, you know? What do you want? I feel like what you want is too. These are too obvious because we shouldn't be busy, we're retired. If he's sick, he's gotta try to come over. And what do you want feels like way confrontational. Maybe not everybody is glued to their phones. A little too sick. Not everybody's glued to their phone, you know? You try your best to sound teasing, but you wonder if you're succeeding. That's true, he says, the connection turning his voice slightly tinny. Still, wish you would have called me back. I was getting a bit worried over here. Why? I'm not the one living the dangerous life. you say, flexing your gloved hands, watching the light reflect off the pristine surface. You told me that you had enemies, he says, and you curse yourself for admitting as much. Can't blame me if I get a little worried when you disappear for a week. You don't have to worry, you say with a sigh as you lift your helmet in the other hand, looking straight at it with a smirk. I'm perfectly fine. I'm glad to hear that. You have time to meet up this afternoon? There's something I wanted to ask you. Can't you do that on the phone? Safer in person. If you say so, you stop yourself from chuckling. Because with the jammers Dr. Morton provided for you, there is no chance that this phone is getting traced. How about 5, at the entrance to the Memorial Park? Someone's feeling morbid. The helmet almost looks like it's smiling at you. It's just a park. Ortega sighs deep enough that you can hear it. Fine, you say, because it's obvious he'll just keep badgering you until you say yes. Better to meet up and assuage whatever fear he has. Maybe then you can work in peace. See you soon, then. You hang up with a sigh of relief. Time to pack up the suit and get ready to get back into character, you suppose? Later that afternoon. You could have spent money on a cab, but right now the bus provides you with a better cover. It's a tough choice deciding not to own a car in Los Diablos, but a car would be yet another way you could be tracked. Owning things is a greater trap than most people realize. And your fake name on a second-hand lease is as close as you get. Your fake name on a second-hand lease is as close as you let yourself get to normalcy. Even the phone number you gave to Ortega is unlisted. Besides, riding the bus lets you keep a thumb on the pulse of the city. You can relax back in your seat and let your mind drift over your fellow passengers, picking at their thoughts and dreams. On days when you feel less than real, it is a great grounding exercise to be reminded of what people are like, not people like the one whose armor you left securely stashed back at the garage, but the person you pretend to be, the person you need to be right now. But who is that really? What kind of act will get Ortega off your back so you can get on with your life? Just be myself, keep it brief and to the point, pretend that everything's fine. I feel like both of these are just gonna worry him more. This is probably the best. Plus, again, Ortega opens bad habits. By the time you've reached the park, you've gone through enough scenarios in your head to make it spin. It's been so long since you had to pretend to be someone else in your own body that you're not quite sure you can do it anymore. There are rules governing fake smiles. The muscles around the eyes need to twitch at the same time as the ones around your mouth. You knew these things once, you're sure of that. They were trained into you. But you're just so tired of having to keep up the act. Maybe it would be okay to just be yourself for a little. Let out the breaths you've been holding for years. There's nothing wrong with being tired. There's nothing wrong with being fed up with the world. You were surrounded by those feelings on the bus. You'd just be another tired soul in a city used to disappointment. Ortega can handle the truth, at least this part of it. Hmm. Hey, Ortega raises his arms in greeting as he spots you approach, and you automatically do the same. Don't tell me you've been here the whole time. I thought I'd have to wait at least half an hour before you showed up. You can't help the slightly cynical twinge of your words, because Ortega tended to be late more often than not. Always used to blame it on phones and watches breaking due to his powers, but you suppose that with the expensive timepiece he sported on his arms last time you met, he can afford to be on time. Ouch, he says with a small laugh as he squeezes your hand in a too intimate greeting. Are you ever gonna let me lift that down? Probably not, because you admit, because there's a long list of things you never really want to forget or forgive. Ouch. Ortega repeats, giving you a look that makes you realize perhaps you have let your feelings through a little too strongly. Is it too late to say I'm sorry about that? It's too late for many things. The words slip out before you can stop them, and you realize that they might be exactly the wrong thing to say right now. I mean, you can't turn back time. John, there's a pause there, as if Ortega is using your name as a placeholder for things he's not sure how to expect. You wait politely for him to finish the sentence, but when the silence drags on, you start walking aimlessly along the path instead. What did you expect? You finally asked, glancing at the man beside you. That this was going to be easy? That you were just going to slip back into what we were? I suppose I did. Ortega sighs and pushes his hands down into his pocket. I thought that things went well back with Angie. It almost felt like it was the good old days again. You give him a long look, shaking your head at what you see. He is less snazzily dressed today, but there's still that swagger to his walk that would give him away even if you couldn't see his face. I know that's not true, but isn't there any reason we can't try to build something new? Things have changed. You shrug a little, picking a path through the more deserted areas of the park. We have changed. If you ever had doubts, putting the helmet on back of the garage wiped them away. This was what you were born to do, who you were created to be. Well, I know I put on a few pounds. Ortega pats his stomach with a sigh. But you've. There's a pause there, and it takes you a few steps to realize that Ortega has stopped. I've. You reluctant, you reluctantly turn around, and you can feel yourself straightening, your shoulders in a challenge, losing the hunched nothingness you cultivate around yourself like a shield. I could see it back there, even when you were trying to pretend everything was fine. You feel empty. Ortega takes a step forward, but his hand just twitches. Something in your stance stops him from actually touching you. What happened to you, Jean? You know what happened. I already told you. You force yourself to remain calm, even though it feels like a slap every time he uses your name. Every time he tries to connect to a person who's not there anymore. Pushing me to help you out only made it worse. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Ortega nods slowly, as if he's afraid that any sudden movement would spook you. You don't have to talk, he assures you. But what do you say we get a cup of coffee? Coffee. You almost laugh, because that's how people work, isn't it? When something uncomfortable happens, make sure to eat or drink something. It'll make things better. Except that it really does not. It just gives people space to start pretending again. Gives them something else to focus on that's not the discomfort of the conversation. But you are through with those charades. Yes, you know the black stuff that you drink to get you up in the morning? The joke is a fair attempt. You have to give him that. Why not? I play along and act like nothing is wrong. No distractions. I try to get this over with fast. I get angry. Why is Ortega concerned about me anyway? It's tempting. It feels a little bit like we're running towards getting angry, but I feel like John also wants to get coffee. Why not? I could use a bit of a pick-me-up. You give him a smile as well, and he swallows it, hook, line, and sinker. It's not hard to find a place to sit down and have a drink. Ortega comes here often enough so that he seems to know all the good coffee shops by heart. You take note of which one he picks, but that information might come in handy one day. If Ortega will not leave you alone, you need to start making strategies to deal with him. To tell the truth, I almost thought you would tell me to leave you alone once you did me that favor. The words are cryptic enough to mean anything, seeing as how you were in a public place. But you both know you were talking about Argent. Why? You paused in the middle of lighting up your cigarette, because that was an admission you had not expected. Because I feel like maybe I pushed you into it. Ortega pauses, almost looking a little embarrassed. I get the feeling that maybe you would rather have said no, but didn't, for my sake. There's more than a little truth to that, I admit with a sigh. It was the right thing to do, I lie. And if that were true, I don't turn away my gaze. I mean, we basically told him that I'm only doing this because of you, so yeah, more than a little truth. More than a little truth to that, you admitted with a faint sigh. I didn't want to exactly, but I didn't want to leave you hanging either. I'm grateful for that. There's a brief pause there as he sips his drink, looking as if he wants something a lot stronger. You've given us something to go on. Angie's taking this a lot worse than she lets on. If you hadn't helped her, I don't know what we would have done. You would have come up with something. You're heroes. You always do. Your laugh is slightly strangled, and you can feel your smile going stale. If everything goes to plan, that's what you have to fight. Heroes who always find a way, always get things done despite the odds. The Rangers always get their man. We're not the team we used to be, though. Ortega admits that with enough of a frown that you wonder if he's actually telling the truth. Listen, we could use no, you interrupt, almost spilling your drink. My powers are weak and not exactly reliable anymore. I don't want to get involved again. If you ever feel that you want to talk about it, I don't. You realize that what you've said, you realize when you've said you realize when you've said the words that they are too harsh, too vicious, completely at odds with the sad, faded persona you have cultivated around yourself. I'm sorry. Ortega pauses a moment, frowning a little. Didn't know it was that sort of spot. What do you expect? You know you should back down, but it's too late. What do we have to talk about? Why do we have to talk about things all the time? Does that make it better somehow? It's supposed to, but you never do. Ortega has his full attention on you now, staring you down. I've never met anyone less inclined to share the view. Well, maybe I have reasons. Did you ever stop to think about that? Why do you think I worry so much? I don't know what the reasons are, but honestly, if they keep you from sharing with your friends, then they can't be good. Sharing doesn't make my reasons go away, though, does it? But you can't really muster the same kind of anger you used to have. It really does take two to argue. The only one who can make them go away is you, and it starts with deciding to trust someone. The look on his face is too earnest for you to laugh in his face, but that doesn't make the suggestion any less ludicrous. Trusting someone, trusting him, you might as well give up your freedom and independence right away. And yet, maybe it wouldn't hurt to let him in a little, to share the things that won't outright destroy you. I admit that things are less than stellar. I can't take the risk. I need to get out. But yeah, no, this fits the characterization. We're a smart, calculating villain, but sometimes we make stupid decisions, especially around Ortega. Then the lessons tell. I take a deep breath, steeling myself. Maybe there really is something wrong with me. You can't really overlook that anymore, even if acknowledging it doesn't really change anything. It's okay. Ortega's voice is calm and quiet now. You do know I'm your friend, don't you? It still feels weird, you admit, blinking a bit harder than you need to. I think I've fallen out of the habit of having friends. I don't know how to do it anymore. Well, that never stopped me before, did it? You make the mistake of looking over at Ortega, and his smile is familiar enough to put a knife in your guts. No, that's true. You didn't know how to make friends back then either, but somehow you made it work. Maybe it's because you wanted to be normal so desperately, because you wanted to fit in, to have friends, to have a life. Now things are different. So just take a deep breath and tell me what is wrong. The words are so honest and simple that they almost make you laugh. Tell him what's wrong? Where would you even begin? Admitting I have a problem. Can't do this, the conversation is over. Mm, So that can't do that. You let out a soft breath, feeling your shoulders slump a little. But you're right. I think this thing, me, doesn't fit. Nothing really fits. The words stumble out, a bit disjointed as your mouth tries to shape what your mind won't. Everything is a mess. Are you all right? Ortega's words are cautious as well. He doesn't move, as if he fears spooking you into making a run for it. He's not wrong. No, you admit. I'm a mess. I don't even know anymore. It almost feels like a relief admitting this much, to letting at least some of your unsightly baggage out into the open. And you can't talk to me about it? You really can't. Because you might be a mess, but you also know that the only way out of this is by going forward. And given where you're headed, you won't approve. Okay, Ortega nods, still looking thoughtfully at you. That's your choice, and I have to respect it. Thank you. It feels stupid to be grateful for something as small as this, but you hadn't expected him to have learned tact. But, he continues, making your stomach drop a little, I still think you should talk to someone, a professional. You want me to see a shrink? The suggestion is absurd, but he seems to be serious. Yes, I really do. I mean, you've obviously been through some shit. You both shared a short laugh at that. And I know I'm not the right person to help someone deal with shit. There are people trained for things like that. It helps. It really does. I know. You never told me. I thought you were dead because I made a bad call. He interrupts. You and Anathema both. And it helped? You can't help the disbelief. But then again, your experience with psychologists was that they were there not to help you, but to keep you under control. Another thing he doesn't know. It did. It took a while, but Ortega looks at you straight in the eye. Will you promise to go and see one? That's if it's about money, I can pay. The look on your face doesn't go unnoticed. Sorry, but I don't know how you're set for cash. The Rangers footed the bill for me last time. I just want you to feel better, all right? I know. You reach out and touch his arm briefly, because although it is stupid and human, his concern hits hard. I promise I'll talk to someone. You have no idea how much of a relief it is to hear that. The laugh is an embarrassed one. Ortega looking at you with what you think might be fondness. Enough of it to make you feel a bit embarrassed. It will be okay, you promise. Things have just been a little rough lately. So now that that's over with, I don't know about you, but you feel like doing something else soon? Ortega chuckles a little, as if to make his proposal sound less serious. I mean, I don't want to fall out of touch for another year. Somehow, I don't think you'll let that happen this time, you say, trying hard not to let the caustic bite show. No, he won't let you slide back into forgetfulness. That much is written all over his face. For better or worse, you have to deal with Ortega now, on top of everything else. The question is, what tactic should you use? Keep your enemies close. I agree to meet again. I keep my distance, giving him a vague answer. No. Yeah. Ortega would make stupid decisions. There's no way that as long as as long as they can rationalize it to themselves, of course John's gonna take it. I'd love to get together again. It's harder to say than you thought it would be, but it's not entirely a lie. Ortega might be a risk, and an exhausting one at that, but you feel more alive than you have in months. Besides, this way you'll be sure to be the first one to hear about his reactions to things you were planning. As long as you can keep a straight face, this might even be fun. I'm glad to hear that. Ortega laughs a little, and you realize he must have felt more nervous than you thought. Was a bit worried there for a while. Don't want to turn into a crazy stalker. Do you really think I would have let you get this close if you were? Good point. So there is the briefest moment of hesitation before he continues. How would you feel like going to a proper party? Proper? You frown a little, unsure what he means. The Heroic Heritage Museum is going to reopen with some sort of benefit gala. I'm going to have to be there. You know, sort of in the line of duty, but with nicer clothes. You pride yourself in being able to keep a straight face. You suspected that Ortega might be there, as he's never said no to a party, but you hadn't anticipated being invited yourself. Was that why he wanted to meet you face to face in the first place? To ask you out? I mean, if that's true, Ortega makes a vague motion of his hand, tilting his head a little as he tried to read your hesitation. Perhaps your face wasn't as straight as you thought. You do remember that I didn't go to things like that, even back then, right? Not to mention that you were already going there in another body. Yes, but that was back then when you had a secret identity. Now you're retired. Nobody's gonna care right now. You said it yourself. Sidestep is dead. True, you say, with what you hope is a suitably sad smile. But I still hate big parties like that. Maybe we should just start out with dinner or something. You've got a point. The smile on Ortega's face is apologetic. And right now you're kicking yourself because you can't read either his mind or his reactions. Was this just an attempt to draw you out of your shell and get you to have a bit of fun with a friend? Or was this a subtle attempt at a proper date? You honestly have no idea, and you hate it. This fucking fumbly autistic mess. Let me know when you have an opening in your schedule, then. Keep your face neutral, feeling the need to get out of here before this conversation misfires even further. I think you probably are more booked than I am. That's true, and I will. Ortega promises with a sheepish laugh, shaking your hand. Hopefully the city will stay quiet for a while. I'd love to have some time to catch up properly. That will be nice, you say, making sure not to let your smile grow wide enough for it to be creepy. Because if there's one thing you do know, it's that the city won't be quiet for long. Not if you can help it. Leave the past behind you. A few days later, as always, the dojo is a calm port in a storm, and it is a relief to take a deep breath and let all your tensions drift away. This is just what you need. Focus, working up a sweat, not having to worry about what to wear or how to be presentable. Or rather, that's how it would have been if you didn't have a mask to keep up. You're not alone here, and therein lies the problem. Pay attention, Ortega says, not taking his eyes off you. I am. You can't help sounding tense, though you bite it down from a harsh snap to mild annoyance. You can't afford to lose your cool. Already your legs are sore, and you've lost your smile as you keep circling, waiting for the next attack. Ortega has a way of keeping you off balance, and that's starting to get annoying. I'm used to having a different body when training with him, so my timing is off. I keep thinking I'm Jean rather than Yasmin, which makes talking a bit risky. The fact that we have to keep touching each other is a bit distracting. Oh god. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. You should never have taken him up on his offer to train together, but you went back and you said yes. And now you are circling your opponent, your arms bruised from two rough grips. You are all too aware that Ortega is watching you closely. You catch a glimpse of a look on his face sometimes that has little to do with training. He's talking, but you don't pay attention. It's the it's the standard patronizing bullshit, lecturing you on the importance of balance. He already told you those things years ago, in another life, in another body. Somehow it was not quite patronizing then. But then again, everything is different when you add gender into the mix. Yasmin is very much the woman you never were, and apparently Ortega has an old-fashioned streak to him. But you don't have too much time to be bothered about these things. The clock is ticking, and right now there are just 3 days left. 3 days. 3 days until the gala opening of the museum. 3 days of trying to make yourself feel at peace again, to accept your decision. 3 days until your new face is plastered all over the front page. There's 3 days left, and you count his steps as he moves in for another attack. One, two, three, and you get the grip right on his key. But of course, he had planned a countermove. You feel yourself losing balance, tumbling halfway head over heels before he steadies you, interrupting the attack. Of course he does. You're going easy on me, you gasp, shrugging free from his arms, painfully aware that he smells of sweat, and so do you. He doesn't cup a feel, though. You have to give him that. I am, he confesses with a wide and easy smile as he steps away, letting you regain your feet and your dignity. You were going for a toss you wouldn't have been able to pull off. I'm too heavy for you. Do that in a fight and you will end up on the ground. You scoff and raise your hands again in a challenge. So my enemies won't be gentlemen enough to catch me if I fall. He does not know the irony of that statement, but maybe he will. Soon. You bet he will feel foolish. But Ortega relaxes for a moment, laughing a little at your joke, even though he cannot get the punchline. Teach him not to let his guard down, even if I have to cheat a little. I'll play nice for now. I mean, it's not like we're being serious. We'll play nice. You're not sidestep. You don't need to win this fight, and you do not need to play dirty to do so. Yasmin wouldn't attack a man when his guard was down, and so you won't either. Instead, you bow briefly before taking a step back, wiping your sweaty brow. How about cutting me some slack, Mr. Superhero? Ah, Ortega's face falls a little. So you do know who I am. He looks so awkward there, a big man in his crisp gi with tousled hair and furrowed brow. Had he really thought that people wouldn't make that connection? Hells, but he's naive at times. Of course I did. It's not like you're wearing a mask. You reach for the water bottle, taking a drink. I didn't. He hesitates a little, so obviously unsure how to act. Can't help it. I'll tease him a little, and I'll play nice. Tease him a little. It's all right, old man. I won't run and hide just because you happen to have superpowers. The old is another barb, just because you like to see him squirm. Really, he must be twice Yasmin's age. Old, he scoffs, crossing his arms over his chest. Experienced is the word I'd rather use. Experienced enough to know a mustache like that would give your identity away to anyone with eyes. At least try wearing some glasses or something if you want to remain anonymous. I wasn't trying to hide. He starting to look flustered. It just never came up. Science. I don't need glasses. I'm sorry. You find yourself apologizing because it's the right thing to do. For yes, not that you care. I just didn't know it was supposed to be a secret. It's not, I suppose. Ortega smiles a little sadly, picking up his own water bottle. It's just nice to remain anonymous sometimes. People treat you differently when they know who you are. I guess that's true. You have to force the shrug, but it's there. I wouldn't know. You're proud of yourself for managing to keep your face straight. Yeah. It's like people treat you differently when they know who you are. Fair enough. I wouldn't know, you say, wearing someone else's body. In the quiet little moment where you both catch your breath. You ponder your options. You are sure Ortega is going to the benefit gala at the museum. A former marshal is exactly the kind of guest they want. You also know he really wants to take you out to do it. You also know he really wants to take you out to dinner, as he's alluded to it before. Should you take him up on that offer? You need to get Yasmin inside for your plan to work, and this way you would not have to bother with scamming a ticket on your own. There would also be less suspicion cast your way since you would have a legitimate reason to be there, and you would be able to keep an eye on Ortega so he doesn't do anything you haven't prepared for. Your other option is, of course, just use your power and steal a ticket. You're unlikely to be found out in the resulting chaos, but there is a bigger risk of something happening to your puppet since you won't have Ortega to guard her. They get asking out, no date, and doing this on my own. Dr. Morton is also interested, but more likely to get a ticket. Yeah. If you start flirting with him, if you're like interested, then you could probably get Dr. Morton to do it also, but no. Manipulate Ortega. You take a deep breath, running through possible scenarios in your head. You can do this. You will do this. Having Yasmin date Ortega is the smarter choice for your grander schemes, even with the risks involved. Mr. Rationalizing to Mixed rationalizing to themselves a way to have yourself date Ortega. So does this change things between us? Ortega sounds a bit cautious as he raises the subject, and you wonder how far you are willing to take this. Flirting is a useful tool to use, but pulling him in deep feels a little unfair. You wouldn't mind taking him down to further your goals, but oddly, the thought of hurting his feelings makes you uncomfortable. I already told you I wasn't running for the hills. Besides, I have to admit this was fun. you say with a teasing little grin, trying to suppress the feeling of guilt that keeps seizing your guts. I won't tell you I told you so, but I did. Ortega stretches a little, not trying very hard to hide the smile on his lips. You know that smile. You've seen it before. Else he really isn't, Yasmin. It's not really something that I'm used to, though. You flex your arms as well, frowning a little as you try to remember that you are supposed to be the villain here. You will hurt a lot more than his feelings in the end. Having fun? Being sore. You can't help but grimace. You know you are being a bleeding heart idiot, but knowing doesn't make your feelings go away. I'm sorry, I didn't know your own strength. You force a smile because this is stupid. There's no time for second thoughts, let alone over something as stupid as this. I suppose. There comes that awkward shrug that you know so well, but it doesn't matter, because you have to move on now. This is business, nothing else. You'd better get on with it. I guess you mostly hang out with other heroes, you say after a brief pause, making sure you look slightly odd and wistful. That's my job, you know. Another shrug, but you can see that he straightened his shoulders a little. No matter the intervening years, Ortega reacts just like you predicted. You make it sound so unglamorous. Your smile is wide and honest this time, because he really does. Maybe, maybe heroism is only a job for him these days, but your new path is nothing but passion. Honestly, your smile makes him light up a little as well. It's more sweat and bruises than gala openings. That's what? You raise a questioning eyebrow, encouraging him to continue on the path you're luring him down. What are you doing this weekend? Why are you asking? You you wish you didn't you wish you didn't actually feel real emotions at his questions. Guilt, excitement. There's never one or the other around him, but always a painful mix. Because I might get to show you some of the more glamorous bits about being a hero. Ortega is in his element now, and you have to start getting into character. You can't be Jean now. There's too much baggage. You're getting too close. You have to be Yasmin. We're going to rescue kittens. The words are out of your mouth before you can stop them. Apparently, Yasmin is the teasing type. Ortega doesn't seem to mind as he chokes back a surprised laugh. I really need to remember that date idea for the future. Wait a minute. You hold up a finger. No, Yasmin holds up a finger. You said date, as in this glamorous weekend thing might be a date. Might be. Ortega draws out the word slightly. Not quite a draw, but almost. If you say yes. Yes to what? Your confusion is only half feigned, because you are still fighting a battle inside to react as Yasmin, with Jean still clinging to the reins. Now you're just teasing. Or maybe I'm just dense. You're only half kidding. No, I really don't think you are. The words are soft and honest enough that you can feel your heart skipping another beat. But fine, I'll ruin the surprise. Good. I really don't like surprises. Then would you like to go with me to the opening of the new Heroic Heritage Museum? He makes the proposition more effortlessly than you would have imagined. Are you the only one who struggles here? They've promised me there will be a party and celebrities. Does that mean you'll be wearing a suit? Your smile is teasing enough to make him huff a little. I'll have to know I do that a lot. Ortega looks almost offended at the look of disbelief on your face. People say I'm a snappy dresser. I've only seen you in sweatpants, remember? You can't help it. You cross your arms over your chest, giving him a cheeky look. When you put it that way, I have no idea why you'd want to go out with me. There's still such a happy smile on his face, and you're starting to realize how many shades of smiles Ortega has. You had forgotten that he could look this happy. There's always a cautious sadness with Jean. Was it different back then? I haven't said yes yet. The words are out of your mouth before you can stop them. There are still your reflexes to fight, the ones that make you keep everyone at arm's length, even if you want to pull them closer, or in this case, need to. Do you mean that I can't bribe you with free food? Luckily, Ortega takes it. Do you mean I can't bribe you with free food? Luckily, Ortega takes it the right way, eyes widening in mock horror, one hand pressed against his chest, as to hold back a shocked gasp. That, you allow your smile to break through, is a hard argument to say no to. I'll take that as a yes. The nod makes it a done deal. So exactly how much do I need to dress up? You look down at your own sweaty form, wondering how much the ignorant you should play here. Not too much. Yasmin might be younger than Ortega, but you don't get the feeling this might be a midlife crisis. Well, it's times like this when you have a good excuse to, so I'd suggest to the teeth. Does that sound agreeable? Ortega smiles again, and you echo it back. It's starting to feel a little too natural, but you have to get into character. That's all this is. I think I can manage. You nod a little, trying to look self-confident, even if you feel like you're losing your footing. Time to end this conversation now, before you do something you might regret. I think I am looking forward to that. You and me both. You breathe a sigh of relief once you've turned your back on him after a safe handshake. Nothing more. This is all for a good cause. Nothing else. Keep telling yourself that. Next chapter. And I'm reasonably certain this is the last chapter, too. So we might as well push onwards. I don't feel like stopping before the finale in any case. Chapter 8. 3 days later. This time, you will not leave anything to chance. Back when you were still fighting on the side of the angels, the truth was that you and Ortega won more fights due to your opponent's idiocy than through your own brilliant tactics. Inevitably, people would end up backstabbing each other, or someone would not bother sticking to the plan. If you were in trouble, you could always count on some hothead deciding to go after their arch nemesis instead of pressing home their advantage as a team. The point is that villains are not stable individuals. They are a collection of psychopaths and idiots, of megalomaniacs and criminals. They can be trusted only to screw themselves over as readily as their enemies, which is why you have made sure to keep your exposure to them to a sheer minimum. You are different. You will not make a fool of yourself. So tonight you have everything planned out, step by step. uh, it's a little funny. It kind of reminds me of a scene like some comics I remember. I forget exactly when, but it's like when Taskmaster is invited to like the League of Extraordinary Villains or something, where he meets where Taskmaster is like this guy who I don't he has like predictive powers and he trains like henchmen. It's a lucrative business, training henchmen for other people to utilize. And then he meets a bunch, but he's like a relatively stable person, all things considered. And then he meets like a League of Extraordinary Villains, and then one of the people was fucking Doctor Doom, who is full throatedly on the I want to take over the world train. And then there's this thing where he's just like, oh, these are the real crazies. They're legit. 100% serious. All right, back to the first step is getting out of the rented limousine, taking care to neither slip nor accidentally flash somebody. Luckily, Ortega's hand is there to steady you because your heels are a bit higher than you normally wear. You are wearing clothes worth more than a year's rent in your apartment, but it's all for a good cause, and only partially to impress your date. The rest is camouflage. It feels slightly odd to be using something this expensive to fit in, as normally you are hesitant to stand out. But on this occasion, all your rules go out the window. Of course, that's nothing new when you're inhabiting Yasmin's body. Life is strange, and you just have to deal. Still, times like this I love being Yasmin. I feel incredibly uncomfortable, but I am trying to hide it. Oh, incredibly uncomfortable. 100%. You prefer your anonymity, and even though the puppet is a comfortable mask, that doesn't make it easier to have people notice you. It's one thing in a seedy villain's bar, it's another thing entirely when people take pictures. But you don't let your doubts show, keeping your practiced smile as you walk. As you approach the brightly lit doors, you cast a glance back over your shoulder. You can see the white van parked on the far side of the street. The owner should be at a bar further down the block, drinking heavily. The suggestions you planted should keep him there for the rest of the night. There's nothing to connect him to what's about to happen. He will just wake up with a hangover and a very foggy memory of the last few days. Nothing unusual, you are sure. It is weird thinking that your proper self is resting in the back of that van, an empty body dressed in an advanced battlesuit. And covered by a tarp. It should be close enough to slip into when you need to. It won't be long now. So this is how it feels, huh? You don't realize that you have mused out loud until Ortega chuckles quietly next to you. This is indeed how it feels, the less sweaty and more glamorous parts of being famous. There are flashes from cameras as you approach the doors. Normally, there would be speculations in the paper tomorrow about who you are, another woman in the endless line of Ortega's conquests. Normally, that is. You have other plans, and the headlines tomorrow will be filled with other things than gossip. What's so funny? I just Had you really laughed out loud? You must have, because Ortega commented on it, and you can feel your cheeks redden slightly. Control. This just feels unreal, you say, swallowing down the residual mirth. I know what you mean. Ortega gently rests an arm around your shoulder, pausing for some pictures to be taken before he ushers you through the door with a flourish. No ticket needed for the famous. Oh, don't give me that. You gently free yourself from his arm once you're inside, annoyed despite yourself. You probably do this all the time. Not with pleasant company like this. You do look magnificent, by the way. The smile throws you a little. You can't tell if it's practiced or if he actually means it. No way to be sure. If you want me to fall for your flattery, you'd better get me a drink first. You sweeten your own smile to make the delivery less harsh. That can be arranged, he says, nodding a little. I'll be right back. Look around the room. It feels strange to walk here amongst your so-called betters, but it's no stranger than the other things you've done recently. If anything, it makes you feel more at home than usual, because here everybody wears a mask. Yours just goes a little deeper than most. Overhead, the domed ceiling is filled with lights resembling stars, lowered from dazzling brilliance to comfortable ambience. Nobody needs bright lights to reveal their flaws, and you know that as time passes, faces will begin to shift. Makeup will rub off and be clumsily reapplied, faces going stale from too many lies and too much champagne. It will also allow for some refuge from the ever-present cameras. While the photographers are not as numerous here, very few being allowed the accreditation to get inside, some are still allowed to capture the stories that the people in charge want to tell. Normally you'd be annoyed at their presence, but right now they are providing your best protection against the special directive. A team made for war zones and shadows isn't something deployed in public areas like this, which are what you have counted on. You do not want to be their target yet. You know too much about them to ever imagine you would be ready. To even imagine you would be ready. This, however, is more up your alley. The people here are ignorant and rich, circling like buzzards around the model of the museum placed in the center of the foyer. It's got an opening in the ceiling where people deposit large wads of cash, posing for the cameras with a smile as they show off how generous they are. You imagine the model will fill up nicely towards the end of the evening. It's rather ironic that the donations intended for the museum's upkeep will further your upkeep instead. Serves them right for profiting on things they do not understand. Still, it feels oddly familiar to be here with Ortega, even if it's as Yasmin. That, of course, is very different than if you had come here as yourself. And the longer you are here, the clearer that gets. It's not just you and your lack of telepathy, it's how Ortega is treating you. It's different somehow, which is why on the ride over here you made one thing clear to him. This is a real date, perhaps the first of several. We're just flirting, who knows where this will go from here. We're just friends, but that doesn't mean we can't have fun. This is all business. I'll make sure not to get too close. Hmm. You know what? Maybe we're just flirting. I feel like John is still a little too skittish. Uh, as far as you know, Ortega's not seeing anyone. And since this is the only way you can flirt with him, why not have a bit of fun? That's what Yasmin's for. You spot movement out of the corner of your eye and bring back a smile to your lips just in time, or perhaps slightly too late. You're looking thoughtful. Ortega returns with drinks, and you gratefully accept a glass. You can see from his frown that he has noticed your unease. I'm not used to parties like this, you admit, sipping your champagne. You get used to it eventually. I remember being terrified the first time I went to a party like this. The laugh is soft and fond, and for a moment the years slide away. You can see Ortega as he used to be. Then I realize they're just people. People with more money, people all the same. Snarky reply, express disbelief that he's ever been terrified. I'll be talking. Snarky reply, yes. We're a bit cheeky. Hmm? Are you sure of that? You smile wickedly as you look around. How many operations some of these people have gone through. They could have started out as anything. Ortega chokes back a laugh that would have made him spray his champagne everywhere. I mean, that guy over there must be at least part Whippet. That's the CEO of Eden Industries. Ortega tries to recover himself. I wonder if they just took all of his leftover skin and stitched it to the back of his head. You're terrible, he says, but there's a smile on his lips. And yet, I am here with you. Granted, I do have terrible taste. You both share a look and empty your glass. It is frightening how easy it is to fall back into old banter with him. Frightening and dangerous. Let's get away from the crowds, you suggest as you try to collect yourself, turning towards what you assume are the exhibits. The crowds are thinner there than in the main foyer, consisting mostly of hero groupies discussing people they wish they knew. That sounds like a good idea. Ortega smiles a little as he follows. Otherwise, someone will eventually turn this into a photo op. I thought you enjoyed the media. You always looked like you really knew what you were doing. You realize your mask is slipping and quickly added, on the television, I mean. I'm a good actor. The shrug is small, but he ends the discussion all the same. The cool quiet of the exhibit halls embraces you both as you start walking further inwards, being quiet together. It's almost a comfortable quiet. You can't help but look at the exhibits as you pass through the hall. Some faces are familiar only from history books, but there are more than a few where you can remember a voice to go with the suit, and in some cases, a death. This is a museum of history, after all, of the heroic heritage of the free Western states. Most people need to die to become true heroes. That's how it works. If you live long enough, life will start catching up with you, corrupting you. At best, you retire into forgetfulness, like Venatori did. If not, you might turn into an alcoholic, like Miss Rememberer. You might turn into an alcoholic, like Miss Rememberer. Or an abuser, like Mad Scarlet. Or fly drunk and cause an accident, like Rocketer. Or kill someone because you were angry enough to lose control, like Five Pennies. They don't tell those stories here. Mannequins wearing the suits stand tall, washboard stomachs, no traces of the scars that history has left on the people you once knew. They just tell the memories, the pretty lies. As the silence grows heavier, you wonder if you should take this chance to try to get under Ortega's skin. Getting some information on the ranges I can use, try to figure out what he feels about Jean. I'll treat this as a date and get a bit personal. I wouldn't know how to do this. I wouldn't know how to do this safely in any capacity. You know what? Treat this as a date and get a bit personal. Is it okay if I ask you something? You look away from the villains gallery you are walking past, wondering if your face will end up there eventually. Of course, Ortega sounds slightly distracted, a frown creasing his brow as he faces down the Castro fumed through the thick glass pane. You know that creature is the cause of at least one of Ortega's many scars, and as expected, he scratches his stomach where one of the long blades entered. You remember the blood, so much of it. How do you do it? The words slip out before you can stop them, almost trembling a little because you're still caught in the past. What do you mean? Ortega tears his gaze away. Fighting these terrible things. You gesture to the Castro fiend in front of you. They're not things. The sigh is heavy. They're people. Very bad and dangerous people in some cases, but people all the same. Oh, you had not anticipated how much of a gut punch that would be to you. Sneaking a look at Ortega reveals nothing but remorse as he looks into the glass. I hadn't expected you to feel that way. I've heard that some of these are artificial, though. Foreshadowing. Yeah, I guess. I've heard that some of these people are artificial, though. You keep your voice quiet, trying to gauge exactly how Ortega feels about the regions. Are you talking about the special directive? Surprise colors his voice as he turns to face you, looking away from the creatures in front of you. Most people have never even heard of them. I'm not most people, you say with a disarming smile. I mean, there are a lot of rumors around them, that they have artificial bodies and minds. You are certainly not most people. Ortega returns the smile, but it doesn't reach his eyes. And I've heard the rumors too. Even seen them in action now and then. They're what? You reach out to gently touch his arms. Honestly, they creep me out. He shakes his head before continuing. But I'm not sure I buy this whole android deal. They look scary, but I've seen them bleed, and I know how the military likes to keep their secrets from leaking out. I didn't know they were military. You lie. That is a secret, so don't go repeating it. Ortega pauses for a moment, frowning a little as he looks closely at you. Are you sure you're okay? For a moment, you're not sure how to answer. If you can't even decide on what the truth is, how are you supposed to tell a clever lie? Are you okay? I'm fine, I say, willing it to be true. I'm fine, I lie, swallowing hard. Not really, I admit, shaking my head. Lie. I'm fine, you lie, swallowing hard. You didn't expect this, but you certainly won't show him that. Keep the mask up. Show no weakness. You've learned that lesson well. Never let them know when you're hurting. That only gives them power over you. Besides, you're starting your new life tonight. You can't let these ghosts keep chasing you. Memories don't matter. Your old life doesn't matter. Ortega's views most certainly don't matter. Not even a little. Sorry, you let out a short breath. I didn't mean for this to get. I didn't mean for things to get this weird. I just wanted to have a bit of fun. I know what you mean. Ortega scratches the back of his head. Maybe it wasn't the best of choices to go looking around in here. I know you said you're okay with what I do for a living, but to actually see it is a bit disconcerting. It's just mannequins, you say, attempting to laugh it off. With bad fashion sense. That is true. The chuckle turns into a proper laugh. I have no idea how true that is. In fact, you do, because you've heard the story more than once. Of the struggle to try to turn steel from uniformed military to colorful hero. Ortega used to have a laugh about secretly repainting his armor in team colors now and then, and you brace yourself for another retelling of the same story. It's almost a little disappointing that it doesn't come. Is it that Ortega doesn't think Yasmin would appreciate more talk about heroes? Or is it that, despite the chemistry between your puppet and your old friend, there is still an invisible boundary there? Right now, you are a visitor to his world where you don't belong. You have a hard time figuring out how you feel about that. Yasmin? Ortega has raised his voice a little, and you reflexively smile in return. I'm sorry, I don't want to be that kind of asshole. What kind? You frown a little, trying to read him, but for once you have no idea. The one who always talks about their job or goes on forever about themselves. Ortega has turned away from the exhibit by now, facing you. I know this tends to be interesting only to hero groupies. You're wondering if I am one. I just want to know more about you. You have a much more interesting life than I do. You have a much more interesting life than I do. Maybe not strictly true. You have a much more interesting life than I do. You gesture at the exhibits. I mean, you're part of all this. Honestly, it doesn't feel that interesting to me. It's just work. Ortega shrugs a little. Granted, the uniform is a bit weirder than most, but once you live this, it really loses its glamour. I find that hard to believe. Honestly, I'm a lot more curious about you. I find that even harder to believe. You say with an amused laugh. Really? Ortega's smile goes a little lighter. I mean, that's partially why I invited you here, to get to know you better. Only partially? You let your smile grow as well. Well, that is the well, that is the part that comes first. Ortega smiles a little, and you recognize that smile. Else, that small, smug smile is exactly the one he makes when he's thinking about kissing someone. You've seen it before. You've seen it when Ortega smiles at his current infatuation, the little twitch at the corner of his lips as if whatever they were doing was the most adorable thing ever. What you had never expected was to have that aimed in your direction. What you had never expected was to have that aimed in your direction. It's a little disconcerting, to be honest. Not the least because you can't forget that in case you want to pursue this, you could, if you wanted to. Not that you have time for anything as frivolous as that, Mitch. You have plans. But a kiss? For a moment, time seems to slow down as you try to decide what you should do. This is not the time for kissing of any sort. I'll wait and see if Ortega would really kiss Yasmin. I'll lean in and steal a kiss. Hmm. I guess maybe it's a first of several days thing when I can steal a kiss. Yeah. Wait, because I don't. Because while Jean might not actively chase the kiss, I don't think Jean has it really in them to stop Ortega if that's what he wants to do. You hold your breath a little as you look directly at Ortega, daring him to make a move. Will he actually try to kiss you? What would that mean? What do you want it to mean? Right now, you're too confused to dare to even think about the consequences. Right now, it's up to him. Oh, this is not smart. That is a thought that keeps running through your mind as your lips meet. This is not smart, and you are risking everything, and yet somehow you can't find it in your heart to regret it. Maybe tomorrow, but not yet. Not right now. Not with Ortega's arms around you, one of your hands tangled in his hair. Close, warm. There's heat running down your guts. Your lips feel slick, and there is a taste in your mouth of champagne and metal. Hells, you hope your lipstick won't get too badly smeared. but you can't stop the chuckle rising within you. To hell with your lipstick. If it gets smeared, all that means is you have an excuse to head for the restroom. And you'll need it because in less than an hour you have to plant the charges and blow this place. In less than an hour you will abandon this puppet and step into your own body as a new non-binary. In less than an hour your new life will begin. In less than an hour. Right now you are kissing Ortega like your life depends on it. Your purse dropping to the floor and hair in disarray. And then you break it off because you have to, because you can. Control. You are in control. Right. Sorry. You let out a short breath. I didn't mean for it to get this intense. I just wanted to have a bit of fun. I know what you mean. Ortega scratches the back of his head, about to say something, and both of you hear voices in the distance. Upset voices. From what you can tell, it sounds like Lady Argent and Harold coming this way. Harold. I mean, you start, trying to get yourself back under control. Shh, Ortega hisses, but it's too late to pull you away into a corner because Lady Argent stomps into view. She looks resplendent in her blue dress, but her face is as sharp as an insult. Behind her trails Harold, voice raised in annoyance. I thought we talked about this, Harold says, trying to catch up. We did, she snaps, turning to face him. And I'm still not going to be paraded around here like some freak. You and Ortega can handle the PR. I am out of here. She gives Ortega a stern look, warning him that he'd better keep his mouth shut, and you shrink back a little from her gaze, mostly because you do not want her to remember you. Fine, fine, do what you want. You always do, anyway. Harold throws out his hands with an angry huff, looking to Ortega for help. Maybe you should remember once in a while that we're a team. He has to raise his voice on the last sentence, since she immediately starts walking away again. This time, nobody stops her. Is everything okay? Ortega asks once Lady Argent is out of earshot, looking almost bemused. Angie's not happy about being here. She's gonna get some fresh air. Harold sighs, giving you a quick look. If you two have something to talk about, I need to go and freshen up anyway. You smile softly at the pair of them. This is excellent timing. Now you have an excuse to leave Ortega alone and get to work on your own plan. Harold looks likely to distract him for a while, and Lady Argent is off on her own. This will make your work here a lot easier. Lady Argent is a dangerous opponent, and if she has left the party, all you have to contend with is Harold and Ortega. Nothing you can't handle. If you have to hazard a guess, Marshal Steele will not be here. He avoided parties like the plague back in the day, and you don't see any reason why that might have changed. Let's get this party started. It's strange how different everything feels now that you're moving with a cause. Suddenly the room does not seem so huge. The people neither strange nor terrible. They are just bodies in your way. It is important to know where they are and how they move, but they aren't individuals anymore, just pieces on a board. You smile a little to yourself when you realize you are about to flip the table. How does that make you feel? Impatient. I want to get this over and be done with it. Nervous. There are so many things that could go wrong. Excited. I can't wait to finally unveil myself. Hesitant. After this, there's no turning back. And nervous, I think. Kind of caution that you sporting does lend itself to nervousness, especially after doing something stupid. You swallow hard to keep your nervousness under control. This is it. Finally, there are so many things that can go wrong. Too many. And you know them all. Still, you're not going to let that stop you. For a moment, you almost feel out of breath, the weight of the occasion finally hitting home. This is it. Finally. You push open the door to the bathroom with a carefully neutral face, making your way to one of the stalls. There are people here, but not that many. None of them pay much attention to you, apart from a cursory glance. Good. Lock the stall door. Quietly, you remove the lining of your purse, enabling you to remove the small flat charges resting at the bottom of it. They should be undetectable by anything but a thorough search. Luckily, this gala does not have that kind of security. Wouldn't want to offend the celebrity guests. For a moment, you look down at the charges resting on the toilet, readjusting yourself until you think you look presentable once more. Your hands don't shake as you pick up the charges, quickly setting the timer on each of them. Now you're off the clock. No time to lose. You quickly put the charges back into your purse, clutching it gingerly to your chest. As you exit the stall, you take a moment to make sure your face is in order, smiling a little at your reflection. Nobody pays you any attention as you walk out there. The restroom door swings shut. Your stomach feels like ice and vinegar, and this time you walk with quiet purpose. You know that the timers are ticking, carefully set to allow you just enough time to place them all. Luckily, you've got the spots where you need to place them memorized. Keeping that in mind, what steps have you taken when planning for the explosion? Minimize the risk of casualties, place them where they're most efficient. If someone gets hurt, so be it. I want maximum damage. People don't matter. Yeah, minimize the risk of casualties. We're not here to kill people. Even though you can't predict where everybody will be, at least you can make sure to avoid the areas where most people gather. This is just for panic, after all, and to divert attention before your big entrance. Hopefully nobody needs to die. I wonder if you wonder if that's really is the right way to feel right now. You are supposed to be a villain, after all. These people should mean nothing to you, and honestly, they sort of don't. But meaning nothing also means you have no real need for them to die. They're just the witnesses to your unveiling. It's hard to keep a smile off your lips. But then again, this is a party, so it's not entirely out of place. You are allowed to smile as you weave through the crowds. You are allowed to be happy. This is your big day, your first proper birthday. And yet, there is a part of you that keeps wondering if this isn't too easy. A part of you that is waiting for your plans to be discovered as you deftly place small adhesive charges under tables and behind pillars. Nobody spares you a second glance, and you just keep floating through the crowds, following the path you have already planned in your head. One charge after the other, getting ready for your carefully choreographed debut. Finally, with one last look at your too expensive watch, you find yourself adrift for a moment, just watching the people that surround you. Soon their lives will change, and yet they have no idea. Only you do. Perfect. As you make your way back towards the foyer, you can't help but walk past the donation area. The glass model of the museum is almost full. You can't even begin to imagine how much money is in there. It is as showy as the biggest novelty check, and you wonder if the contents will fit into the bag you brought. You hope so, as it would be a shame to leave any behind. This is your new life resting behind the ornate glass. New possibilities for a future you were never allowed to have before. But you will now, and that is one lesson living in Los Diablos has taught you. Cash is still king. That is one lesson. Excuse me, someone says as they bump into you, and you mumble something equally nondescript in turn. A glance at your watch shows that time is running out fast, and you need to make sure that Yasmin is in the right position. I will trust Ortega to take care of Yasmin. Mortem would be obviously if Mortem was your dude. I will make sure Yasmin is safe outside the building. If Yasmin gets injured, it makes her less likely to be a suspect. It's just a puppet. Why should I care? Trust Ortega to take care of it. Makes sense. It takes you less time than you feared to find Ortega again. You have a harder time finding the right smile to display now that your head is focused on your internal countdown instead of what you were talking about before. Luckily, he has two glasses in his hand and is offering you one of them. Thank you, you say with a relieved smile. I think I need a drink right now. You take a seat on one of the benches, trying not to look at your watch. Places like this can get a bit overwhelming, he said, sitting down next to you. Sorry about before. Don't worry, the rest of the sentence gets drowned as the first charges explode. As the first charge explodes, your cue to get out of Yasmin's body and get ready to move. Smoke billows everywhere. A fire alarm screams out of tune with the crowd, and Ortega is already on his feet. A hero never lets his guard down. You let your eyes widen in surprise and rise as well, too fast and out of balance as you step towards Ortega. Every woman would want a strong arm to cling to when something like this happens. The smoke wraps around you when you stumble, your high heels making your ankle twist as you utter a carefully prepared yelp of surprise. This is going to hurt, but you do not plan to be here much longer. Just long enough to turn the trip into a fall, aiming Yasmin's head straight at the bench. Then you were gone, leaving her unconscious body in your wake. Next chapter. Oh, there's more chapters to it, but still we're in the finale flow now. Dark. Down, then up, your mind making directions where there are none. Ah! Your real body jerks awake as you leave Yasmin to her fate, trusting that her comatose body will be safe. Dark. Still dark? For a moment you struggle with disorientation. Then you remember. You are lying in the back of the van that your brainwashed garage owner parked nearby. With a grunt of frustration, you shift your body underneath the tarp, the unfamiliar resistance of the powered-down armor giving you a moment's pause. Dr. Mortem's finest work, he claims. Well, after tonight you will know for sure. It takes a moment to tap in the right sequence, bringing the armor to life. Green numbers scroll across the corners of your vision. You can taste metal on your tongue, and as you feel the Rat King cozying up against your hindbrain, the telltale stench of burning hair tickling your nose as the nanovores contained inside your glove come alive. You brush your hand against the tarp and it dissolves. It takes effort not to do the same to the back door of the van as you open it. After the brief struggle of will, the nanovores quiet down once more, eagerly awaiting your next command. Perfect. Outside, crowds are gathering, but they are all looking away, pointing to the show that is underway at the museum. Chaos, smoke, screams, confusion. Now, how will you take your first step into the world? I blow up the van as I leave, gotta make an entrance. I'll emerge from a cloud of smoke grenades. What's the big deal? I just get out. Blowing up the van seems highly impractical. That's a thing we might need later. But smoke grenades, I guess. We can indulge in theatrics. This is supposed to be our big show. A little theatrics. Your new self can't be seen stepping out of any old van, not just because the van might give clues, but because it would be far too mundane. You need to be larger than life, not some two-bit villain with a set of cheap wheels. Smoke is perfect for your purposes, not only to hide where you came from, but to give your debut just the right kind of ambiance. Reaching back into one of the hidden compartments in your armor, you remove a small smoke grenade. Popping the safety, you drop it to the ground, and wait a moment before you step out into the billowing smoke. There is a slight pause as the world turns gray around you, and then the smoke thins enough for people to notice there is something in it, namely you. You can feel surprise turning into fear, like soap bubbles popping in the sunshine. Move, you command, and not recognizing your own voice as it filters through the voice distorter in your helmet. At the same time, your mind reaches out and brushes terror over volatile thought patterns nearby, getting the panic started. The crowd scatter as you laugh, the distorters transforming your mirth into something alien and vaguely menacing. You're doing this. You're actually doing this. You have booked the stage, set up the play, and cast the roles. Now the audience is running for their lives as sirens wail in the distance. It feels amazing. Striding through the museum plaza, you finally see some people who are not milling around in panic. Security guards. Of course, there will be more, but right now, there are only two who have spotted you and drawn their guns. There is no time to have fun here, and they're not really a big threat, but you still pause for a moment to decide how to approach this. Fighting heroes is one thing, but how will you treat normal people? How much of a villain are you, really? Try not to harm anyone too badly. What happens, happens. They're in my way, so they're going down hard. I want to see blood. If someone gets killed, it's no skin off my back. Uh, this seems like a good balance. Mm. Just because you're not on the side of the law anymore doesn't mean you've suddenly turned into a murderer. That being said, if they are in this business, they're ready for things to get rough. They've probably roughed up more than a few unfortunates in their career, so they deserve what's coming to them. At least that's what you tell yourself. Blam! The first shot they fire misses, tearing through the crowd behind you. Did someone get hit? You don't care and you don't turn to look. Instead, you quicken your pace, calculating the best way to take them down. Fast, I'll just dodge the bullets and rush to them, trigger their paranoia and make them attack each other, shut them down hard with a telepathic command. They're just people, can beat them up easily enough. Hmm, fast. Guards are just don't want to show our telepathic hand too soon. The guards are just people with guns. Ordinary people with guns. Honestly, you fought crooks like them when you were sidestepped. Back then, you didn't have the tools you do now. Tensing your muscles, you feel the armor coming alive around you. Time seeming to slow down as you cross the space between you and the guards. You can hear their panicked thoughts in your head. Too fast, too fast. The shots go wide and you're in their faces. They can't see you smile behind your helmet. But you hope they can feel it. You are much too fast for them. You can't help a quick laugh as you make a grab for the gun, yanking it out of the man's hand. I do not appreciate being shot at. Your voice is a low growl. The gun turns to dust in your hands. The nanovore is easily devouring the middle. I'm sorry? The guard steps back, but not fast enough. Your blow hits him straight in the gut, sending him to the ground. He lies there, gasping for breath. The other guard takes a shot at you, but you simply sidestep the bullet. As you turn to glare at him, he drops the gun, raises his hands, and backs away. The fear you can feel from him and the crowd makes you smile inside your helmet. You don't spare them a second look as you cross the increasingly empty stretch in front of you, stepping towards the museum. The doors hang open. Entering the museum is quite a different experience than it was a couple of hours ago. The doors hang halfway open from the blast. Gone are the bouncers and the paparazzi, though there is still the odd flash of a camera, making sure that your progress is immortalized. Good. You leave the cameras to their work, as they are one of the reasons why you chose this venue in the first place. You see no sign of Ortega, and you imagine that he would have tried to get Yasmin some medical care immediately. He'll come back once he realizes the attack is still underway. Around you, the crowd that was milling for the exit now retreats, pushed back by the aura of menace you are wrapping around yourself. Some have already fled the field, spurred on by the explosions you set earlier, but many have lingered, afraid of the sounds of fighting outside, unsure whether this is an attack from within or without. Little do they know, it's both. So this is what it feels like, to have people look at you in fear and awe. It is an interesting feeling. You are not used to being noticed, let alone feared, and now you are both. It's intoxicating. And at the same time, it feels unreal, as if you were still on the outside looking in, watching someone else perform the starring role of your life. Now, what should you do with this pliant melting pot of bystanders? Their fear makes them irrational and easily pushed, but in which direction? Play into their fear, making them cower before me. Play into their fear, making them flee the building. Calm them down, making them evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. Uh, this might be nicer to them, but play into their fear, make them run away. It's like get them out of the way while also still being natural, you know. Leaning into the comfortable weight of the Rat King, you reach out and let the sea of thoughts surround you. The telepathic boosters that Dr. Mortem designed make the process surprisingly painless, allowing the Rat King to filter the worst excesses before they touch you. In the old days, a mass panic like this might have floored you, sent you into a curling ball of pain, unable to filter the unadulterated emotion. This time, the tumult just splashes against your fences. A wave, not a tsunami. You can handle this. No, you can't just handle it. You can use it. Emotions, thoughts, one the cause of the other, the serpent eating its own tail. Sifting out the right emotions, you send them back to the rest of the crowd with the weight of your own will behind them. Fear, panic, the need to escape. You want them fleeing before you, evacuating the building so you can get on with your work. The resulting stampede is glorious in its viciousness. People cry and whimper, but above all they move, struggling, shoving, clambering over each other to be the first one to escape. For the briefest of moments, you're in the crowd with them, the panicked urge to flee overwhelming everything. End it now, the window. No! You tear yourself away from that memory, straighten your back, shrugging off the unwanted baggage. You're stronger now. You've learned from your mistakes. You've learned how to do this. You're an unmoving rock walking forward, parting the human waves before you with a simple gesture. There, now that's done with. You allow yourself. Very strange. You allow yourself a moment of quiet, taking a deep breath as you take in your surroundings. It's not like you've got a lot of time, as you're on the clock, but at the same time, you know you can't hurry so much you forget to pay attention. You've got this. You've gone over your plan in your head time and time again. There is no need to panic, no need for mistakes. So far, there has been no sign of the inevitable hero arriving on the scene, but you know that's not going to last. Better get the important things finished when you have time. There is a smile under your helmet as you stride across the room, heading for your target. The glass model of the museum glitters faintly under the light, the elaborate structures filled to the brim with money. It's such a wonderfully showy object, a needless extravagance when donations could be made in a simpler manner. But most people don't give because they have generous hearts. They give to show off their wealth and make others jealous of the affluence and virtue. To get pictures and headlines, you need spectacles such as this. The ridiculous nature of people has always been easy to exploit. Reaching out, you touch the padlock on the lid and disintegrate it. For a moment, you struggle with reeling in the nanovores before they can start devouring glass and money. Good. You were the one who was the master here. Hopefully, time and practice will make them remember that. Pulling out the lightweight, expanding bag you've kept in a compartment in your armor, take a moment to decide how to get the money. No, not the money, your money. Fast, no time to waste, and we get everything. Back slowly and make sure to keep an eye open. Money. Mm-hmm. Yeah, figured it, but it makes sense. Shaking out the bag, you start tossing wads of cash into it as fast as you can. It feels ridiculous to handle these vast amounts of money. Yet earlier attempts at monetary crime have all been more discreet. No banks or casino robberies, just simple crimes with simple victims. A little at a time adds up, but not as fast as this. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous, but also wonderful. The armor you're wearing is the start of your new life. This is how you make it bearable. There is enough here for you to get a proper base of operations from instead of your uh, proper base to operate from instead of your apartment. Maybe even to pay some henchmen. And even if it isn't, all you need to do is steal some more. As long as you are careful, this is just the first step of a long career. A very lucrative career, if you have your say. Pushing down the last wads makes the bag hard to zip up, but you'll be damned if you leave anything behind. You deserve this, every last dollar. Compensation, damages, call it what you want. It's yours for the taking. The bag is satisfactorily heavy as you hoist it up, the smile on your face still when Harold rams into your house. The impact would have hurt you had you still been sidestepped, but as it is, it still throws you off your feet and sends you crashing into the glass model that had, until recently, been holding all the money. Shards fly, but don't cut, your armor protecting you from serious harm. Luckily, Harold didn't anticipate you being this heavily armored. He loses his balance as well, rolling across the floor before coming to a halt against one of the walls with a curse. You did not expect that attack, and your heart is beating too fast as you scramble to your feet, bag still in hand. You have to move fast now. It's time to take the show outside. There's no use fighting things out in here. Even if you'd had more of an advantage, you want your stage to be the grandest possible. The news choppers should be arriving soon, and you are looking forward to them. What an odd feeling that is. Wanting to be seen, wanting to be someone, someone who matters. Before Harold collects himself enough for another attack, you hurry outside, smile on your lips, and bag in hand. So this is how it feels. Overhead, a news chopper has appeared, just as you predicted. They tend to be on the scene faster than the police. The LDPD, as an organization, is notoriously underfunded. The idea of a municipal police department doesn't fit well with the laissez-faire lack of government in the Western Territories. Private security firms are the norm, which tends to make public spaces like this better targets than private ones. Back when you ran with the Rangers, this was an ongoing concern. It looks like little has changed. Not that you expected it to. People never change. You take a moment to drop the bag of money behind a slab of concrete. It should be safer there. People are already backing up, looking between you and Harold. This is it. Harold takes a step forward, and you refocus your attention on him. While enjoying the moment is all fine and well, you won't make the mistake of getting distracted before your fight is over. You have seen too many of your opponents go down because they did not see you as a credible threat. To be fair, you can't really blame them. You didn't exactly look like one back in those days. Now I suppose we should get on with it. You speak the words softly, meant for nobody but yourself, but Harold picks them up anyway. Does he have enhanced hearing as well? You make a note to check into that later. Who are you anyway? Harold looks genuinely puzzled, as if there might be some briefing he should have remembered. He can't recognize you, can he? There should be no similarities between the Jean he met and the person you have become. What will you tell him? It's a question that needs to be answered sooner or later. Won't tell him when his papermaker name. Time to reveal the new identity I've chosen for myself. Who wants to know? You crack your knuckles a bit, taking a step towards Harold. He readies himself in return. Herald of the Rangers, as you should know. He looks annoyed that he has to name himself, too used to being the celebrity. Seems we're both ignorant then, you say with a distorted laugh. But fair is fair. You gave me your name, so I'll give you mine. I am. Entropy Retribution, if you might know and name something else. Considering the next one is called Fallen Hero Retribution. Anyway, this is for very few people in the audience. Ah, that one is just for me and anyone who's read The Practical Guide to Evil a few books in. Um, we will cover that another time, but for now we'll just leave it there. Harold's eyes narrowed as he heard retribution and redress, huh? Yep. I am not in the habit of repeating myself. Whatever. Harold clenches his fists, refocusing himself on the fight. You've seen that before. You've done that before. Pushing back the doubts and the fear, preparing to move forward instead of pulling back. The first step in a fight is always the toughest one to take. This time, you're not the one taking it. As if he senses your unspoken challenge, Harold takes to the air, accompanied by the gasps of the reporters. How would it feel to be able to fly? It must be nice to look down on things, to always have an avenue of escape open, to never feel trapped. That's a line of thought you don't need to pursue. Envy is one thing, but daydreaming is quite another. You've already got more freedom than he does. The freedom of the mind. The freedom to not be tied to one body. Why would you ever wish for anything else? Still, out here he has a better advantage than before. Even more so if he plays it smart and waits for backup. Perhaps he thinks he's invisible against the dark skies, indigo suit erasing his pale skin. The news choppers moving circle the scene like buzzards. Little does he know that even without focusing on his thoughts, you can track his progress through the helmet systems. Little red pinpricks of light marking his flight path as you look up. More cameras have arrived at the scene, the media creeping into position to capture the coming battle. Good. No need to prolong this. Time to bring down Herald. All that remains is how. I've brought down tougher people than him in a fair fight back when I was sidestepped. Can't really hurt me. He's a hero and I'm not. I'll use that against him. Time to test those jump jets. Last time I didn't have telepathic powers that were this strong. I studied him, I know his tactics. He's a hero and I'm not. I'll use that against him. Why fight fair when I can cheat? Heroes are idiots, and you know that because you used to be one yourself. The crowd outside is your best weapon, filled with curious innocents out to make a buck from snapping the right pictures. Just what you need to provoke Herald into acting. You dare to point those things at me? You raise your voice into a booming roar. We don't need to kill people, but yet we don't need to show that either. You raise your voice into a booming roar, aiming at the press who have crept closer. You will pay for that affront. The growl your voice distorter adds at the end as you start walking towards them leads to equal amounts of snapping shutters and shuffling steps back. At the back of your senses, you feel Herald's mind flare up as he gathers speed. He is predictably provoked both by your words and the fact that you are menacing civilians. Perfect. It is a thrill to watch people scramble back in fear, not because of your powers, but because of your very words. Right now, they are afraid of what they don't. They are afraid because they don't know who you are. Whether your words are empty threats or if you will tear them limb from limb and feed them their own cameras. Soon you will have to decide exactly how far you will take this. But for now, the threat of violence will do. Errol is not about to let you turn your promises into reality. Quickening your step, hand outstretched in a threatening gesture, you make the reporters scramble back. Hopefully some of them have the sense to snap some good pictures. It would be a waste of pose before an unappreciative audience. You've never really done this before, but you've watched Ortega enough to pick up a few tricks. He had a natural flair for the cameras, probably because he never needed to fear them. Neither do you, not anymore. Fools, you said, extra gravitas added by the voice distorter. You grabbed the throat of one of the reporters, who has stumbled to the ground before you. You should have run. The man struggles in your arms, his throat so brittle in your hands. You could kill him right now, but that moment of hesitation lets Harold get too close. Oh well, he's the one you want anyway. Catch! So instead of breaking the reporter's neck, you turn to throw the man at Harold, watching the flyer desperately try to adjust his speed to blunt the impact of the unarmored reporter. The movement leaves him off guard for a moment, and you step in for a close-range punch. No! Harold twists in the air as he tries to slow down, guarding the civilian with his own body, just as you had hoped. The impact slams the air from Harold's lungs and makes him lose control entirely, spiraling into one of the parked cars. The car doesn't explode when he crashes into it, but the frame bends and crumples around his body, its airbags expanding like mushrooms. The reporter, protected from the impact by Harold, shakily crawls from the wreck, stumbling out of your way as you walk closer. You let yourself laugh then, a completely unfamiliar sound that makes a shiver run down your spine. Is this what power feels like? Victory? Nobody gives you any trouble, and as you stride over to the smoldering wreck. You pause, looking down with a chuckle as the deflated airbags reveal the prone form within. You have won. Errol struggles to get loose, but the twisting metal has him trapped. His suit has been torn, there's blood streaking down his face, and from the way he winces, you imagine there are at least a few cracked ribs there. Maybe a dislocated shoulder. There's no strength in his movements, even though his struggle intensifies as you put your foot down on his mangled form. The scream is a reward you had not expected. Broken, broken bones grinding together? Something sharp digging into his body. It doesn't matter, but it sure feels nice. The fight is over, and all that remains is the finishing blow. I'll tell him exactly why he failed first. No time to waste, I'll just knock him out. I'll make this painful. I want him to suffer. Monologuing is for amateurs. Let's knock him out. No matter how much you want to break Harold's confidence and tell him how futile his struggle is, right now it's more important to break his body. The clock is ticking, and the other rangers can't be far away. Time for a nap, you say with a snarl before kicking him hard in the head. Your boot is armored and heavy. The force of the kick snaps his head back against the wreckage. For a moment you almost expect him to cling to consciousness, but his eyes roll back and his body goes limp. Good. Listening to the of the camera, flashes of the camera tells you the next player has just walked onto the scene. Get away from him, you scum! Ortega stands at the ready, fists raised. You can feel the low static hum of his mind now, blank and unknown. But even though you can't feel his thoughts, the fury and outrage is written clear on his face. There is just the briefest of glances to make sure that Harold is alive, and then his attention is focused on you. It feels odd. How long have you wanted him to look at you like this? Like a threat? No, like an equal, not somebody that needs protecting. That's Harold now, isn't it? The baby of the team. Another reason to hate him. Are you supposed to be another of these so-called heroes? You tease, gesturing to his tattered finery. You are not dressed for the occasion. The suit is stained and dirty, and there's blood on his shirt that looks like it belongs to someone else. Did he not have time to change because he was busy rescuing people? Or is Harold simply the type to have his hero suit under his civilian clothes, just in case? Really? Looks to me like I'm the only one here dressed to party. Ortega flashes you a smile, and you're suddenly very glad he can't see you smile back. This is dangerous. You're too used to bantering with him. I'm not here to be entertained, you say, relying hard on your distorter to make your voice unrecognizable. I am here to grind you into dust. Well, good luck with that, then. The smile is still there, but he is slowly moving to the side, attempting to lure you away from Harold. This time, you will let him lead the dance like he used to. But things are different now. Your armor is insulated, and that should protect you from most of his powers. But even with his best weapon neutralized, Ortega is a good balanced fighter. So what will you rely on in this fight? I rely on speed. I should be faster than him. I rely on the fact that I know him and the way he fights. Maybe a bit too revealing, but Know him. Ortega was always fast, but you know him and the way he fights. The question is, has he added any new tricks to his repertoire? Soon you will know. Ortega attacks first, of course, driving you back with a flurry of blows that sends sparks flying through the dark night as he tests your mettle. Just like you remember, a right hook followed by a left jab, electricity discharging harmlessly over the insulated surface of your armored gut. Hells, you can really do this, can't you? Win. You're going to have to try harder than that. Your first blow misses, barely, but he dodges the way you predicted. Your kick makes contact, sending him skidding across the ground. That had to hurt. There's nothing to protect him. No skin suit, no nano-weave armor, just the torn finery, now with new tears and stains. Hope that wasn't a rental. I could say the same. Ortega flexes his shoulders, shaking out the pain. That armor looks like it's compensating for something. You might have been bothered if you didn't know this is how he tries to push you off balance. And that's not going to work. Flashes for the camera go off like fireworks, chronicling your fight. Ortega moves first, and you retaliate, falling into an easy rhythm that feels almost familiar. You could never have kept up with his pace in the old days. He was stronger and faster, and without your telepathic edge, he always got the upper hand. Not that you ever fought in earnest, you just sparred. Not like now. Let's do this. The world slows down around you as you reroute power to the suit and truly start to move. One heartbeat. Two. Your blood feels electric. Your boots struggle to keep their grip on the concrete as you lengthen your step, covering the distance between you. One distance. Two. One breath. Two. He keeps his eyes trained on you, dropping low to avoid your blow, breathing a curse as you leap over the sweep of his leg in return. This is what you've always loved about fighting with Ortega. There is a sense of balance and grace in the way you move together that other people might call effortless. Should shows what they know. This is hardly without effort, because you have to be more aware of your surroundings with no thoughts to steal intent from, relying on your reflexes, on your body. They never bothered honing that, just your mind. Training your physical form was your first step towards freedom, a decision you made, nobody else. Just like it's your decision to send a fist flying at Ortega's face, only to have it batted aside. You parry the left hook you knew was coming, leaping back again to gain some distance. Ortega is smiling. So am I am not. I'm torn because part of me is like, oh, he doesn't feel good about fighting Ortega. Part of me is like, well, reading the things about it, it's like, oh, this is what you love about fighting with Ortega. I'll say I'm not because I don't feel like. Okay, smiling. You are not. Part of you wants to slap him for not taking this battle seriously enough, but you are about to teach him a far worse lesson. Your annoyed huff turns into a discordant growl as it passes through the vocal distorter. That seems to drive the point home. That, and the blow to his throat he barely manages to dodge. Pressing your advantage, you start to drive him back. It is a thrill to be able to match Ortega blow for blow, to be fast enough to parry his strikes, to have the reflexes needed to leap back and gain some distance. Jump jets knocking up enough dust to make him wipe the smile from his face. The cameras keep chronicling your fight, illuminated by the kaleidoscopic sirens and roving floodlights. Crouching on top of a wrecked car, you see Ortega steadying himself. Is he winded? Bruised? Worn out? Standing tall, you make a theatrical gesture, your thumb raised to the heavens, then turned down. Time to get serious. Jumping down from the car, you clear the short distance to Ortega with a few easy leaps. He's ready for you. You can see it in his eyes. He thinks he knows what you can do now. Of course, he's wrong. He's also stalling. Keeping his distance, Ortega avoids your blows, eyes scanning the crowd. He's probably waiting for Lady Argent to show up. She left the party a while ago. Does she even know something is wrong? If you're lucky, she's stuck in a cab somewhere. But even if she's not, you don't plan to give her the time to show up. Instead, you press the attack. leaving an opening so Ortega can make a move for a more vulnerable spot of your armor. Just like you thought, he goes for it. The blow hurts as he doesn't bother holding back, but you're able to grab his arm, yanking him closer before punching him hard in the face. You hear him cursing loudly in Spanish as he stumbles back, pressing a hand against his nose. Is it broken? Probably. Mierda. Ortega's voice is hoarse with pain as he glances back at the encroaching photographers. If I were you, I'd consider backing up a bit. You hate the fact that he's still managing to look properly heroic for the cameras, as if you are somehow not enough of a threat to focus on. That annoys me. I'll threaten the reporters. I'm the one he should pay attention to. Remain cool and detached. Remain cool and detached. Reporters don't matter. Ortega does. Of course. Okay. He wants to clear the field, so be it. That's one of the things you never really thought about before. How hard it would be to remain cool with this much power. In the old days, you had to be careful because if you weren't, you would be dead. But now you feel like everything around you is made of glass. It is such an effort not to smash it all. But that's why you need control and focus. Why you need to keep an eye on Ortega, not letting him distract you with things that do not matter. This is your fight, your arena. Don't think you'll get away with this. Ortega wipes some of the blood from his mouth, but you can see he's doing it with his left arm. The right one hangs awkwardly at his side. Interesting. That means you have the advantage right now. The question is, what will you do with it? Press my advantage, moving in fast and hard. Better be cautious. Don't want to risk moving in too fast. Cautious. You might have the advantage, but Ortega is a wily foe that you know well. It looks like he's slowing down, but you'd better be careful. Moving in cautiously, you feint a blow that Ortega is only barely able to dodge, parrying his feeble return strike. The frustration you can feel in the way he fights is palpable, and you know there can't be much left in him. With one arm down, he has to try to dodge and keep his distance, and with his electrical powers almost useless, he's in trouble. In the old days, this is when you'd arrive to pull his fat out of the fryer. But it doesn't look like the rest of his team has your impeccable timing. Funny how that works. You haven't even told me why you're doing this. The words are gasped out. Tega's out of breath now, but he's still moving in for an attack. That's right, you say casually as you parry the blow, chuckling when you realize he has overextended. A rookie mistake, and you will make him pay for it. You retaliate with a blow that sends him tumbling to the ground. Once more. Maybe if you beg enough, I'll tell you. Trust me, I'm not the begging type. Ortega's smirk hits you right in the stomach, sending you back in time to another fight, one where you were on the same side. Ortega had been on his knees, hands pressed against his stomach, trying to keep his guts from leaking all over the dusty factory floor. The Castro fiend has been looming. The Castaro fiend has been looming over him, sharp blades wet with blood, one of them gently lifting Ortega's chin, so it could look him in the eye. Beg for mercy, it had hissed in that weird guttural growl. Ortega had laughed, and the blades had pulled back to strike, and you had shot it in the back of its head with your stolen energy discharger. This time, you won't be there to save him. This time, you're the one he's too stupid to be afraid of, the one that breaks his nose and drives the air from his lungs with a well-placed knee. And still, he won't fall down. Once upon a time, you really admired that tenacity, but now it's starting to get irritating. Why won't he fall down? Time to end this. I feel bad that I have to do this, but yeah. Maybe you have been going about this the wrong way. Maybe the issue here isn't that Ortega is too stubborn for his own good. Maybe this is all you. Maybe part of you doesn't want to win this fight. Maybe part of you is already considering what would happen if you lose, if you give up, if you could stop. It would be so easy. But if you wanted easy, you could have stayed hidden, under the radar. You were doing this for a reason, and if Ortega stands in your way, so be it. Had to happen sooner or later, so maybe it's better that it happens now, so you can leave it behind. Leave him behind. The next time Ortega moves in for a feint, you take a moment to read the expression on his face, trying to figure out what's going on inside his head, trying to see what he's planning. You know him. You know him well. You can see the labored breath, the eyes focused directly on you, the way he reacts to every single movement you make. He, he's trying to figure out who you are. Once you recognize the look in his eyes, you curse yourself for not spotting it sooner. The way he moves, the way he tries out attacks as if he's more interested in seeing your reaction than his own results. Hells, can't have that. You feel your insides go cold. The next time Ortega moves in for an attack, you counter hard. Kicking him squarely in the chest, you send him flying backwards, skidding across the asphalt until he comes to a stop, crumpled body resting against a piece of broken concrete. There's a moment where you're almost waiting for him to get up again, to continue the fight. But thankfully, there's no movement. No, that's not true. There's the smallest twitch of his hand. Looks like Ortega is still conscious. So he's not out yet. You take a moment to brush some of the less than imaginary dust from your armor. It gives you a moment to collect yourself and check the status of your suit. Mostly green, some orange warning indicators, but nothing that impacts the main functions. You can still fight, which at this point is all that really matters. The camera flashes have stopped now, the reporters having backed away once they realized the battle was going badly for their hero. The bright circles of light from the hovering choppers are still tracing you, following you like spotlights as you walk over to Ortega's prone body. Still alive, you can see him struggling for breath, probably with a few cracked ribs. You can relate. Who are you? Ortega's question is hardly louder than a whisper, but to your ears it might as well be a shout. That is the question, isn't it? And launch into an angry monologue about that, true villain style. I need to end this fast. I find myself hesitating for the first time. While hesitating might work, there's a lot writing on this, and I do need to get out. So this is just another trick to keep you talking. You know that. You've seen it before. This is why things will be different for you than the other would-be villains out there. You know what to do. You can keep your head together and play it cool. You can be that. In control. All it takes is another kick to send Ortega over the edge to unconsciousness. His body going limp in that particular way that is so hard to fake. You give his body another poke with your toe, but there is no response. Good. If you're not mistaken, Lady Argent should be here soon. Lady Argent has arrived. You're late. It takes you a moment to collect yourself, but the advantage of wearing a helmet with voice distorters is that what you project doesn't have to be the truth. Not that you're intimidated. Oh, well, maybe you are a little intimidated. Lady Argent is still in her dress, looking like she's ready to hit the dance floor at any moment. Apparently, she had not stormed off far enough that she couldn't come back, but she had gone far enough so that she wasn't willing to take the time to change, if she even had her suit with her. Maybe Harold is the only one who lives the true hero life. You always used to keep your suit under your clothes if you could. Safer. A lot safer. Honestly, considering we're apparently like Harold's idol or whatever, he might do it just because he heard that we did it. I was in a cab, she huffs, answering your question. On my way home. You'll pay for ruining my evening. She flexes her fingers a little, the sharp edges gleaming in the floodlights. You've just beaten two of the Rangers, and you feel at the top of your game. If she wants to pick a fight, she can. But really, you doubt that she could beat you, so if she wants a fight, you'll give her one. Finally, Ortega might be a personal challenge, but Lady Argent is a true test of your skills. She moves like liquid lightning. the blue dress clinging to her form as she makes a rush for you. No shoes. Her feet are bare on the asphalt, and you know that has to be uncomfortable for her. What did she do with them? Leave them in the cab? Step out of them when she saw there was a fight going on? You're curious because it is information. The more you have, the better you can play these heroes. The better you can win. Ruin your evening. You give her your best swagger. If you were leaving in a cab, it sounds like you had already called it a night. Great, you're a talker. She rolls her eyes and starts walking towards you, gait purposeful yet strangely sensual, more snake than cat. Just my luck. Oh, I do more than talk. You beckon her with one hand, biting back a curse as she shifts gears almost too fast for you to keep up. Almost, but not quite. Leaping back to gain some distance, you parry her blows, launching into a counterattack that has her back up in turn. Her silver skin gleams in the bright glow of the floodlights. They were waiting for you, you know. You drop the words like poisonous little barbs, parrying a blow hard enough to jar, even when I was picking them apart. She doesn't answer, but you can feel the spike of annoyance from her mind, letting you know you hit a sore spot. You didn't even check if they were alive. That's a bit cold, don't you think? You land a blow that makes her grunt and pivot, trying for a throw, but you leap back in time to keep to your feet. Blather, blather, I thought we were fighting. Lady Argent flexes her hands, and the claws gain an extra inch, turning into blades. Interesting. You didn't know she could do that. How? You have no idea. You have to have a talk with Dr. Mortem about that. With any luck, you might get a bit of skin residue that he can analyze. Whatever it is that's coating her skin, it's something more than just durable. It's also dangerous. You don't like unknown variables. So despite the fun you're having, weaving this dance of blows and counterblows with her, you have to start wrapping things up. You have places to be after all, victories to gloat over. If you want to end this, by all means, let's. You beckon her closer, eyes narrowing as you go over the various means of bringing her down. Taking too much time to send this fast. I wait for my moment. Wait for my moment, I guess. Out of all the two choices here. We beat her by being smarter than her, because we're not physically more capable. No use getting overconfident when you can take your time to find an opening. Strategy is how you win a fight, not stupid bravado. So, as Lady Argent moves into attack, you switch into a defensive stance. Let her waste herself, trying to find an opening as you analyze her attacks, read her intentions, block her strikes, and make sure to dodge when needed. Just because you're winning this fight doesn't mean you should take stupid risks. That's what makes people lose, and you have worked very hard to make sure that will never happen to you. The variables are all yours to control. Lady Argent is fast, all right, but as she moves in for a strike, you shift and parry, letting her follow your lead without realizing it. This is all sidestep, fighting someone who could tear you limb from limb and still coming out on top. It doesn't hurt that right now you're better armored than you used to be. Still, you suppose you should end this eventually. The cameras will have already captured enough footage from your fight. All you need now is to get some distance so you can enact your escape plan. The next time she moves in, you will yourself to be still, trusting her armor for the chance to get a moment to connect with her mind to, yes, your perceptions connect with hers. As you roll aside, she aims her blow for the illusory double you have left in your place. Good. You don't wait to see what happens next. You immediately turn and leg it. No way of telling how long until she realizes she's fighting air. Time to get away. A quick glance around the battlefield shows no immediate threats, so you take the chance to drop a smoke bomb. It blankets the whole area in thick, noxious mist. Your helmet filters it out, but you can hear the cries of panic as the tear gas-like substance causes people to run for their lives, retching and crying. Good. Nobody is paying you any attention right now as the smoke hides you from the smoke hides you from the choppers. You need to get the hells out of here right now, before something happens to your money. Where did you put your bag? Where? For a moment you almost panic in the thick smoke, trying to pinpoint where you dropped the loot. You haven't lost your edge. Getting out safely with your prize is the most important skill of all. Taking a moment to focus, you manage to find your bag. You toss it over one shoulder as you run towards the sewers. Better to get out of here before Marshal Steele arrives. No use pushing your luck. The grate is to the sewer disintegrates easily under your gentle man-of-war touch. In the chaos, it will take them a long time to figure out where you've gone, and between the wreckage and smoke, nobody will notice an innocent hole in the ground. At least not before you are long gone. You did it. You actually did it. Darkness is a familiar comfort. After a few minutes of mad dashing through the dark tunnels, you allow yourself to slow down enough to catch your breath and figure out where you are. This is far below the surface. You are well away from any cameras, so you can relax your strut and make your way down the tunnel without having to pretend or hold a pose. It's a relief to let go of the part of you that makes sure you always look good. The shadows are your true home, after all. Perhaps one day you'll be able to pull this act off without effort, but right now it's left you with the fizzy feeling of adrenaline withdrawal in your veins. It only takes a moment to tap the sewer schematics and bring them up on your HUD. This is not the most glamorous of escape routes, but when dealing with flyers, it's always safest to go underground. You doubt that Herald can do anything but moan in pain right now, but you couldn't have been sure of that when you planned this out. Besides, there are always choppers. Better safe than sorry. You picked this particular escape route in part because Los Diablos is crisscrossed by underground tunnels, some abandoned, some still in use. The tangled labyrinth below consists of everything from cable ducts to sewers to the massive storm drains venting the sometimes cataclysmic rainfall in the mountains. You checked the weather there yesterday. There should be a fair amount of water in the storm drains, but not so much that your path won't be navigatable. It should be a straight path to the harbor and your waiting escape vehicle. You hope. The thick sewer waste lay the thick sewer waste laps around your feet, dragging at your cape. Suddenly, it doesn't seem such a smart choice for your armor. The thin fiber weave turning heavy fast, absorbing sewage and worse. You grimace under the helmet, grateful for the fact that it filters the air before you breathe it. It was designed to handle poison gas, apparently. It was designed to handle poison gas. Apparently, it works just as well against the stench. Back when you scoped out these tunnels, you had worn an air filter, but that had only cut the worst of the edge. This is much better. At least the disgusting part of the slog is just the first leg of your journey. Once you switch into the abandoned tunnels, you won't have to think about what you are wading through. Or rather, try not to think. The bag of money is awkward over your shoulder. It's strange to imagine that so much of your future is contained inside that waterproof bag. Now that the adrenaline is fading, you are starting to feel the toll of this battle has taken on you. Your suit systems tell you it has been less than an hour since you woke up in the van, but it feels like a lifetime. Your new identity is out in the open now, and come morning you will get to see how the press judges your performance. I'm a little nervous about that. Beat the hell out of the Rangers, it won't matter what they think. While the press are useful, they are also a distraction. Let them make their headlines, craft their stories, and cultivate their heroes and villains. You are allowing them their initial freedom of expression because if they go against your wishes in the long run, there are always ways to correct them. There are some perks to being a telepathic body snatcher, after all. However, the press is not your current concern. You still have to get out of here in one piece, and it is quite a slog on foot. A lot of time to think about what you did, even though you don't want to. It's much harder to deal with the memories without the adrenaline bolstering your conscience. Without the need to fight, you found yourself remembering the blood, the look on his face. You beat Ortega. Sure, you had planned to do that, but so badly? It feels different when you were the one who caused the blood and bruises, the broken bones. But that's what you wanted, right? You wanted him to. I wanted him to respect me, wanted him to fear me, wanted him to stay out of this, wanted him to stop me. I wanted to stop me, but yeah, I think it's like I'd rather. Like, not happy that he has to do this, but it still has to do this. You had hoped Ortega wouldn't have to be among your first targets. It was always unlikely that he'd stay out of the way, but maybe there would have been some other emergency. Maybe Steele would have been at the party instead, and what would have changed, really? You always knew you would have to face Ortega eventually, so perhaps it's better to get this over with fast. Pull off the band-aid and rub the ache away. It's over and done now. Stop thinking about Ortega. It's a long way to go yet, and you can't allow yourself to get too distracted. You can't believe that you really managed to pull this off. Sure, you've probably strained a few muscles you hadn't used in ages, but on the whole, you got through that ordeal pretty much unscathed. Seems like Dr. Morton lived up to his part of the deal. Smiling to yourself, you press on, one foot in front of the other, following the dotted track on your helmet's HUD. The dotted track. You pause for a moment, lowering the intensity of your display so you can focus on your surroundings. Dark, wet, stinking. There's a sound of dripping water. What was that? Was it anything? A rat? Your own paranoia working against you? If there really is something else in here, at least you are aware of it. Best to keep an eye and an ear open as you press on towards the exit. You start walking again, wading through the muck as you try not to think too hard about what's in it. It won't be long until you can get out of the stinking part of the sewer. There's a connection further up that should allow you to get to a drier, abandoned tunnel. Then there's a fair distance to walk until you reach the ladder to the storm drain. From there is a straight path to the harbor. Of course, it doesn't look very far on the screen, and it surely didn't feel like this hard a slog when you test walked the distance a week ago. But now you've spent an evening with your body comatose and folded up in a truck, followed by a long, hard battle that's drained a lot of the reserves in your suit. Right now, it feels like it's taking forever. Even so, I'll be slow and careful, hurry up in order to get out of here fast. You know what they say, it's not really paranoia if they really are out to get you. Right now, you will be slow and careful, allowing yourself to take your time. It would be easy to get lost down here, and while your map should keep you on track, you don't know the conditions of these tunnels. You're trudging through a half-derelict labyrinth. There's not many regulations in Los Diablos, so companies can build and rebuild pretty much as they please. In addition, much of the city is interlaced with the ruins of pre-quake Los Angeles. There are tunnels here that aren't marked on any of your carefully stolen maps, the remnants of old systems twisted and broken by the destruction. Not to mention the secret drains releasing unknown chemicals and sewage into the bay. There's plenty of trouble to run into if you're not careful. Luckily, being careful is one of your traits. Moving carefully ahead, you make sure to keep an eye on where you are going. There's no need to run yourself ragged. Slow and careful wins the race. Sound of footfall echoes. Wait, you frown to yourself. We frown under your helmet, keeping your pace as you let your mind drift and slowly fill the tunnel around you. There are hints of bleed over as thoughts from the world above filter through your senses, distant and muted, but you could have sworn that. There! That's not a thought ghost. That's someone down here in the tunnels with you. Lady Argent. You're not surprised that she's showing up, since you didn't put her out of commission like Harold and Ortega. You just bought enough time to escape, and it looks like she has figured out where you went. At least she seems to be alone. It gives you a choice. Should you try to outrun her, or perhaps stage an ambush? And I could probably outrun her with a speed boost, but dramatic ambush. You know that Lady Argent is fast, and it looks like she has no inclination to stop anytime soon. If you run, there's a chance she'll catch you. Better to use the fact that you know you're being followed to stage an ambush. This is too good an opportunity to pass up. Just a little further then, around the corner and up on dry ground. You have a few good spots ahead that could work for an ambush. The question is, how will you try to bring her down? mental or physical attack. She is weak against your mental attacks, but every time you use them, you run the risk of reminding her who possessed her. Not to mention that one of the strengths of mental attacks is to never let your opponent know you are using them. The mind is a fascinating thing. Even a normal human can become more resistant to telepathy over time, as long as they get the chance to practice. That's why you usually resort to trickery over force, not returning to the same target twice unless you have to. Your doll is a very useful exception there. With no mind to contest your will, Yasmin has become more an extension of your own form than a foreign entity. On the other hand, Lady Argent is nearly invulnerable physically. Can you really fight her? Do you want to? Telepathy to bring her down. I want to see if I can fight her. You know what? It's one of those things, right? But I know the smarter thing is probably to, you know, let her be and like use telepathy and stuff. But honestly, I do kind of want to see if I can fight her. Reaching a junction where you have to climb up to the level above, you heave yourself up and roll to the side. You can feel the quiet trickle of her thoughts moving closer, intent on chasing you down. Good. She is angry, impatient, just the kind of enemy you like. Keeping back, you wait quietly, silently holding your position. You have to be patient for an ambush to work. You can't be second guessing yourself. Trust your position, trust your planning. Even if she takes a moment longer than you thought, even if she checks the opening carefully before leaping through, she won't see you because you are immobile, a rock, not a threat, inert, patient, until you see her, until you see the glint of her silver skin as she hoists herself up. That is when you strike, the moment when she is off balance and can't defend herself. It feels good, so very good to have your foot connect, causing her to roll across the floor with a cry of pained anger before she regains her feet, facing you with a snarl. You give her silent mock applause just to drive her humiliation home. Here we go again. Around you, the darkness of the tunnel is painted pale green by your night vision. You take a moment to check your surroundings, making a note of any major obstacles. Lady Argent doesn't seem bothered by the darkness. That's not really a surprise. You remember the enhanced vision you had when you possessed her, the way the walls peeled back to reveal their technological secrets. Can she see inside your armor? Figure out what makes it tick? The thought is a little more ner- the thought is more than a little nerve-wracking. The tunnels you are in is one of the larger ones, a storm drain venting excess water to the harbor. Next to you, water rushes past in increasingly violent fury, making the walkway you have been running on a precarious position for fight. Regardless, it makes a fitting backdrop to your battle. The rushing water, a subsonic rumble you can feel more in your feet than in the air. Lady Argent's dress is covered in sewage. Her face is locked in an angry frown. She must have run her fingers over it at some point, leaving darker streaks that make her look like an enraged tiger. You can feel the thundercloud rage that just keeps building. There is a fuzzy edge to it. Drugs? Maybe? You don't have time to investigate. You need to keep an eye on her claws and her feet. You have to be ready for everything. Everything. No more tricks, she says with a sneer, slowly circling you. It'll only hurt more. Are you sure I really am here then? Maybe you should just pinch yourself. You keep taunting her, hoping she'll make a mistake. Right now, you'll need every edge you can get. I've got your number now. She shifts position and you move with her, making sure she can't trap you against the wall. Don't think you can fool me twice with the same trick. Her legs flex and she lunges for you again, this time catching your cape and tugging you back before the clasp's emergency release pops. You stumble away at the very last second. Claws gouge a chunk from the wall next to your head, and you realize she's not playing anymore. This is for real. While silent, focusing on the fight, keep taunting her, trying to get her off balance, finding myself enjoying this fight. She's good. Taunting might be the smartest thing, but silence. You fall, because we also need to concentrate. You fall silent as you back up, trying to anticipate her next blow. It's harder than you'd like. Her thoughts are like a flood of lemmings in search of a cliff, and it's hard to discern what she will do next. And so much is instinct and spur of the moment impulse. You can't let yourself slip up. One wrong move and you're done for. You see, she's trying to keep you away from the water. She worried you might jump in and escape. Good to know. It might have to come to that if you can't figure out a way to actually hurt her. Maybe if you try for her internal organs, maybe they're not as well protected as her skin. Feinting left, you land a right hook, squarely in her kidneys, but once again, it doesn't seem to damage her beyond the initial pain. Oh, that's it, she growls, rubbing her side. I am taking you down. Uh-oh. You can feel her mind tensing a moment before she leaps, giving you ample time to dodge. Her claws miss you with inches to spare. That only makes her more frustrated as she lashes out again at you. And again, but each time you avoid her blows with fluid ease. As it is, you're evenly matched. Keep chatting, trying to make her lose focus. Shut up and try to keep her focus more on her mind than her claws. Hmm. I wasn't. It's probably the worst decision right now, but you can't help but wonder if perhaps you bit off more than you can chew when you try to make her angry. She makes mistakes, sure, but should she get a hold of you, let's say you don't like her entertaining those thoughts. Instead, you focus on keeping yourself alive and getting some good hits in. At least your armor is good in that respect. Every time she makes a move, you are not there, moving with liquid grace that matches hers. Too bad there are no cameras here. This footage might have been would have been glorious to see. Okay, you might actually be in trouble here. Yeah, definitely a bad decision. Batting another blow, you allow the defeatist thought to run its course. You can't see a way out of this fight without ravaging her mind again. That might very well leave enough clues for her to start adding things up. Of course, you will do it if you have to, but maybe. Gotcha. Lady Argent finally connects, driving inside your guard, her clawed hand grabbing your throat. He's strong, but so are you. Now you're locked in a wrestling match where she just refused to be peeled off. You can't get the leverage to pry her away. It's like fighting a rabid wolverine. Stumbling blindly, your back hits the wall, and she gets the moment she needs to pin you there. You can already imagine what she will do next. You can't let that happen. You have to get loose. You have never used your powers in a fight like this. All your possessions and manipulations have relied on calm, unsuspecting minds. Even with the Rat King bolstering your strength, this is like plunging both your hands into a vat of electric eels, and you push back reflexively. Her claws are starting to dig into your armor. Any moment now she will eviscerate you, and you can't stop thinking about you. Still, you know exactly how much it hurts being broken like this. Never again. That was a promise you made to yourself that you intend to keep. You don't cry out as one of her claws dig behind the armor plate, effortlessly shredding the nanomesh. Below, digging into your flesh. Pain, blood, no major damage, but that's only a matter of time. Will she really do this? Hurt you badly? Kill you? No cameras, no witnesses. Her smile is silver and sharp. Your helmet a twisted reflection on her face. Does it hurt? She teases. Voice a dark honey that you have never heard caught on camera. Yes, I gasped. I have a plan, but and you're supposed to be the hero. I need to distract her. I'll stay silent. I need focus for my plan to work. It tickles a bit. Provoking her might not be smart, but I need time. That was a big mistake. Or plan. That was a big mistake. That was a big mistake, you say calmly, meeting her silver gaze through the helmet as you flip through the various tunnel layouts on your HUD. You think you feel a vibration in the walls behind you. The schematics confirm your suspicions. According to your charts, there should be a massive sewer pipe behind you in the wall. Your nanivores could reach it. Have to reach it. Really? She smiles widely as she leans in close. You wake up the nanivores, priming them for action. You'll lose again. Get used to it. You slam the palm of your glove against the wall, urging the nanivores to flood out, voraciously disintegrating the aging brick behind you. For the briefest moments, you fall backwards with her hand around your throat. But a moment later, the rush of water hits you both like a sledgehammer. You were ready for it. She was not. Activating the jump jets is dangerous, but it tears you from the torrent, sending you flying through the air before crashing into the ceiling. It hurts, but not enough to stop you from steering your path upstream, sending you into a roll as you hit the walkway. You're back on your feet in the next breath, turning around, ready for a fight. But she's not there. Water and sewage cascades through the circular hole in the wall, turning the downstream tunnel into a raging torrent she can't hope to swim. Was she washed away? You think so. You can't feel her thoughts at all. Good. And even better, the bag of money is still where you dropped it, barely safe from having been washed away. Now all you have to do is calculate an alternate route and make the long trek to the harbor. It shouldn't be a hard slog, just an exhausting and a very wet one. Not sure whether it's water, blood, or sweat that's sloshing around inside your armor. You got water everywhere. Ah, I'm a little sad I didn't manage that one. Because the thing is, technically, if I'm remembering correctly, if you're able to fight her without fight her on her own turf, you get like a nemesis. And I don't think this counted, sadly enough. If you're going to go near water in the future, you need to prepare your armor better. It was made to handle gas, not being submerged like this, and you should have taken your escape route into consideration. Sloppy. That being said, for all things that did go wrong, Dr. Mortem did produce an admirable piece of equipment. This was just the first run. No matter how well you plan, you can't be ready for everything, even if you'd rather be. Ah, man. I feel so bad. I could have done that so much better. I'm stupid. Alright, whatever. Ultimately, it's fine, I guess. Uh, your escape vehicle of choice is a nondescript van that used to belong to the dealer of recycled electronics. It's large enough to be comfortable, and most importantly, the windows are tinted. You quickly strip the armor in the back of the van, stashing it in the crates ready for the purpose. It has a false top, and you'll be opening it with just the scrapped electronic equipment. It should also make it harder to find the armor with a scan. Matching coveralls hide your skin suit, making you just another nobody. Climbing into the driver's seat, you steal a glance in the mirror. Your eyes have a strange gleam to them, and you blink hard. It's weird thinking that the person staring back at you just went toe to toe with the Rangers and came out on top. Strange, but wonderful. Though, you can't let that get to your head. You need to drive back to your hideout and let the nanivores devour the man. You can't risk leaving any evidence behind. But all that is just wrapping things up. What matters is that you actually did it. Now get your aching body home and find out what happened to your puppet. And all your parts unharmed. Hmm. Sloppier than I'd like to have been with Arjun. Whatever. Back in your hideout, you take a moment to scan the surroundings before you allow yourself to relax. Closing your eyes, you focus on trying to pick up suspicious thoughts, any traces of something that could be a danger to you. Nothing. It's not surprising that current, your current base is located in the old industrial parts of Los Diablos. The building here sustained a lot of quake damage. The property values were too low to bother rebuilding anything. The ground is riddled with cracks and has been determined to be too dangerous to reform. If there is another big quake, chances are the entire hillside might come crashing down. It's a risk you're willing to take. You don't plan to stay here long. Until you have the funds to get somewhere secure, it's better to use temporary and disposable hideouts. It makes you a lot harder to track. Luckily, that will soon be a non-issue. You will be able to afford something a lot nicer than this. You would let the nanomorphs devour the van some distance from here, so you're thankful to finally get the chance to sit down. There's not a single part of you that's not aching or chafing. The shower here is improvised and cold, but it's enough to clean the grime from your body. The soap smells of hospital, and you wince every time you touch a particularly tender bruise. But right now, getting clean is your top priority. Everything else can wait. You don't want to smell another sewer in your life. Sliding into a clean robe makes you feel like a new person. You just want to collapse and fall asleep, but you are so far too keyed up for that. Not to mention that there are a few loose threads to tie up. So what now? I let Jean go to sleep, getting back into Yasmin's body to reclaim her. I'll visit the hospital and see if I can find Ortega. That's probably the better decision. You need to reclaim Yasmin. The sooner the better. That way your body can get some much needed rest without your anxieties keeping it awake. Times like this, you just know the dreams will be bad, and there's no reason to invite more pain into your life than you have to. So, lying back on the mattress you keep in a corner, pull up the blanket, close your eyes, and try to let go. Try to find that peace, that calmness. Try to ignore the aches in your body, the excitement still bubbling through your veins. Where? There. It takes you longer than you'd like to locate Yasmin. It's always hard to connect to her from this kind of distance, as closeness makes things so much easier. It's only familiarity that makes it possible at all, and even then you feel the strain. It's not like this is a safe and proven science. Every time you leave your body, you suffer a breathless, empty moment before you manage to find yourself at home in your puppet. Could you lose yourself out there? Fade away into the nothing, unable to find your way home? Perhaps. You know you are vulnerable to attack at least, but there are a few active psychics on the coast, and none of them are aware of you. You intend to keep it that way. Slowly, slowly, connect your mental threads to your puppet, making yourself comfortable. You are surrounded by the smells of plastic and disinfectant. You try to relax into your new body, drifting into the deep, calm pool of Yasmin. Sink, watch the surface from afar, rest there in the deep blue ocean of her mind. Feel her. It takes a moment to adjust perceptions. The water is unusually agitated, but then you groan softly and taste the sounds that her lips make. You let yourself rise now. Her mouth becomes your mouth, breaking the surface. Breathe. At times, it worries you that her body feels as much like home as your own. Perhaps it is the freedom of being headblind when you are in her. The world is once more filled with mysteries and illusions, and you don't have to look at the ugliness of people's souls. You have the luxury of imagining something better. Sometimes you wonder if you should get back on the drugs when you are young, but drugs can't ease the memories. They can't wipe who you are, where you came from. Other things can. Wipe the slate clean, erase them all. It takes a moment for you to realize that someone is sitting next to you, holding your hand. Yasmin's eyes feel unused and filled with sand. You let your lashes flutter open and meet Ortega's gaze. He looks like he's been put through the ringer, covered in bruises already turning purplish black. Of course. Now, I won't be able to get out of here easily. So far, so good, all according to plan. Despite the possible complications, I'm happy to see him there. Yasmin betrays you immediately, her smile coming unbidden, her heart rate increasing. It is a complication you never asked for, this chemistry that has started building between you. This was a chance encounter that just kept going, something that could possibly be useful, and somehow it ended up being more. Hey there, welcome back to the world of the living. Ortega gently squeezes your hand. What? You don't have to fake the cough that interrupts your words. Your mouth is dry and filled with dust, like you've swallowed plaster. The cough is violent enough so that you have to take a moment to regain your breath, and it takes another moment before you can accept the small plastic cup of water he's offering you. Here, have some water. He steadies you with a hand on your shoulder, making sure you don't spill. Thanks, you gasp, rinsing the taste of pulverized concrete and dust out of your mouth, wishing you could do the same with the inside of your nose. But other than mild annoyances, Yasmin's body seems fine. No injuries. Good. Ortega did his job. I don't. You start hesitating a moment before touching your head gingerly. What happened? There was an explosion. Someone set off a bomb at the museum. You don't need to read his mind to see the way tension has collected in his neck and shoulders. Who would do such a thing? Are you all right? Are we safe here? Are you all right? Because he's also visibly bruised. Are you all right? You reached out to run your hand over Ortega's, frowning at the state of him. You look like you haven't slept in weeks. You're not wrong, Ortega admits with a strange laugh. But I'll heal, and what won't heal will be fixed. Got some perks being a ranger. Is it really worth it, though? Someone's got to stop people like that. There's a pained sigh, and you let your frown deepen as you see his expression darken. Not that we did a good job this time. What do you mean? The question is innocent and soft. Just stick the knife in his gut and twist it. They got away. Ortega's fist clenches tightly, and you pull your hand back a second before a brief spark of electricity runs over it. Luckily, he doesn't seem to notice your prescient reaction. We'll get them next time. I'm sure you will. You pause for a second, then ask quietly, how bad was it? Is everyone all right? Nobody died, but Ortega shakes his head. A lot of people got hurt in the panic. That's You break off, unsure how to continue. Steele is out there right now, looking for the one who did this. I should be too. I should be doing something. But you're hurt. You reach out for him, but he pulls away. So what? I should be there anyway. He's on his feet now, filling the room with his presence. It's so easy to overlook him when he's sitting down. Just another tired man, all hunched and bleary eyed. But on his feet, his posture reveals him instantly. You wonder if he knows just how much the tortured hero he looks in this moment. You wonder if he practices in front of a mirror, or if it's just natural charisma. You wish it didn't affect you as much as it does. Did you stay here with me the whole time? You ask, running your fingers through your unwashed hair. You wonder if she's beautiful, even like this. Most likely. Yasmin is the kind of woman who wears her bruises like jewels. After I made sure Harold was going to be all right, there he hesitates for the first time, giving you a look that might almost have been shy. They said they couldn't locate any next of kin to call, so I thought I'd wait here with you. They said you were in danger of slipping into a coma. I lost my family in one of the aftershocks, you say, looking down at your hands. It's just me now. You were mumbling. I couldn't quite make it out, but it didn't sound like you had pleasant dreams. Ortega sits back down, tanned face showing his age in the bleary hospital lights. Mumbling? The shiver comes unbidden and curls around your spine. Yasmin is not supposed to dream. She is supposed to be empty and comatose. She is not supposed to have a life when you were not around. Not even dreams. Ortega must have been imagining things. Don't worry about it. You're awake now. You're gonna be fine, he says, patting your hand. But you aren't, aren't you? You aren't, aren't you? Fine. The question comes sharper than you had meant it. Fear means the claws comes out, even when you're pretending to be a kitten. No, he admits, I'm not. I had to watch that pendejo hurt people I care about, and when I tried to do something about it, he took me down. When I get my hands on a slight change forming around his fist makes instruments that have been monitoring you flicker, sending the alarms into a beeping frenzy. His pulls, he pulls his hands back with a muttered apology. "Hmm." I fake a bit of panic. What did you do? I hold my ears. Hell, that's not. I try to pretend nothing's wrong. You'll get him next time. Get him next time. It'll be nice. You'll get it next time, you say, accompanied by the frenzied beeping of the instruments. The moment has turned from solemn to silly, and neither of you can help but laugh when the distressed nurse rushes into the room. It's fine, Ortega says, pointing at the machine. Well, apart from that. What did you... Never mind. The nurse gives you both a look, more reserved for children playing pranks than a patient and a hero. I will leave this turned off, then. Make sure to notify the staff when she is ready to leave. The last is said to Ortega, who nods dutifully. Understood, ma'am. The nurse leaves the room. You wait a few seconds before asking, where am I, anyhow? Where am I, anyway? The Memorial Hospital. Ortega sits back down, picking at one of the stitches in his chin, on his chin. It was the closest one. It was more than the closest one. The Memorial Hospital is not just any hospital. It is the premier celebrity clinic of Los Diablos. The place to go if you have the money or the insurance to make sure you get nothing but the best. They also have a reputation for being one of the best clinics to go to if you need medical attentions due to problem with your boosted or modded physiology. The best legal one, anyway. I can't afford that, you gasp, only half pretending. The Rangers are covering your tab. Besides, it looks like you won't need to stay here for very long. You look down at yourself, touching your bruises. It's true. There's nothing to really keep you here right now. They haven't even changed you into a hospital gown. Perhaps they were busy with the other victims of the attack. Stay with Ortega to find out more information. I'm going to sign up quickly and go home. I want Ortega to take me home. Of course, you want to stay with you. Maybe you don't bother to hold back a grimace of pain as you touch your head. I'm not sure how long I'm supposed to stay after a head injury. You give Ortega a worried look. You can keep me company, right? For just a little? If you want me to stay, I will. It's kind of my fault that you're here, after all. Ortega smiles a bit sheepishly, then winces at that as that pulls on some of the stitches. Not exactly proud of the way this date turned out. Well, you're looking worse off than me. You reach out to patch his hand. Are you sure you're not the one who needs to lie down? Honestly, you might not be wrong about that. Ortega laughs, which gives a massive wince in return. It's been a long time since I felt this sore. Sore? You raise one eyebrow, looking incredulously at Ortega. You've got stitches everywhere. I'm tougher than I look. Ortega flashes a smile that's far too familiar. Bravado in the face of pain. Remember, I do this for a living. I do remember, you say, looking at his bruised form. Looks like he's not wrong. That shoulder must just have been dislocated. You always forget how good he is at weathering damage. It's just a bit frightening to realize that you end up like this a lot of the time. Not a lot of the time, he bristles. Most of the time, it's no more dangerous than football. But sometimes accidents happen. Accidents. You can't help the dry look you give him. Well, maybe I did underestimate the danger, but that won't happen a second time. A second time? Well, I have to go after them. Aren't there other heroes out there who can deal with these things? I mean, you do get sick days, right? Well, Ortega shakes his head a little fondly. Well, we do, sort of. And it's not like I'm gonna pull on my suit and run right out of here, but he looks down at his hands. I can't let this one go. Why? You can feel your stomach constrict a little. They wrecked what was supposed to be an important moment for the city. Can't let them get away with that. It was just a benefit gala, you say, swallowing a little. Besides, that doesn't necessarily mean you need to be the one to stop them. I should have stopped them right then and there. Ortega sighs in frustration. I messed up. So it's about you then, you said, giving him a disapproving look. I thought that heroes were supposed to be above that sort of thing. It's not. Ortega sighs a little. Okay, maybe it is. A little. That wasn't just a gala in there. It was a symbol for a lot of people. For a lot of friends of mine. A way they can be remembered properly without the tabloid headlines and speculation. People need heroes to look up to. Heroes. You swallow a little, looking down at your hands. This is getting too close to real emotions. I suppose you have a point there. Too many people have been dragged through the mud already, and he breaks off a small surge of electricity. He breaks off as a small surge of electricity arcs around his hands. Are you sure you're all right? Sorry. Then a moment's pause as Ortega shakes his head. If it makes you feel any better, I am not the one running the show now. Marshal Steele is, and he won't let himself be carried away by feelings. If you say so. You managed to keep a straight face. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know much about the hero business. I just care about you. Thank you for that. I'm just not used to talking about this kind of thing with civilians. There's a moment's pause as Ortega looks at you with a faint frown. But you don't really feel like one. It's like I'm good at talking to people, you interrupt, looking down. I really do want to understand you and your world. You make it sound so grand. It's just a job. You do have a fancier uniform than most, you point out, which causes another laugh and wince. Don't do that, he complains, which only makes you look more innocent. What? Make me laugh. It looks like you needed it, though. You're not wrong. There is a moment's pause. It turns into a longer one as you lean back, trying to gather your thoughts. This feels nice. Maybe a little too nice. Maybe it's a little too easy for you to slide back into Ortega's life like this. Maybe it's a little too easy to pretend to be someone else. Maybe you just aren't doing a very good job of it. Maybe the reason why this feels comfortable is that you're thinking like Jean. Maybe he's thinking the same thing. Maybe whatever information you can get is not worth the risk. No, not maybe, surely. Wincing a little, you press your head against your hand against your head, looking like you're in pain. Are you all right? Ortega asks almost immediately. Just a headache. I think the evening is catching up to me. I need to get some rest. Of course, you have his full attention now. You want to go back to your bed? I'd rather go home. The hospital gave me the all clear. You give him a weak smile. I'll be fine if you could just call me a cab. Of course, Ortega gives you a worried smile. If you're sure. I just want to sleep in a familiar bed and get a bath. You add the last word. You add the last with a tired smile. I know what you mean. Wish I could do the same. I'll take care of the cab. Ortega winces as he gets to his feet. They'll be waiting outside the lobby in a couple of minutes. Don't bother signing out. I'll take care of it. At that. Thank you for everything. I wish I could have done more. There's a shadow crossing his bruised face, and you have to hide your smile behind a cough. Is he remembering your battle? Probably. Anyway, I'll go arrange for that cab now. Make sure to contact the hospital if you start feeling worse. I will. And don't be so hard on yourself. You give him an encouraging smile. You hold the smile until Ortega has departed, then get to your feet with a wince. Time to get going. Luckily, your legs work fine. You have to admit you're a bit nervous as you make your way to the lobby a little while later, but you needn't have worried. The hospital is in turmoil. Once you step out into the lobby, you can smell the fear and uncertainty. Right now, you are glad you're not a telepath. There are people waiting in the lobby, people trying to contact their relatives, reporters looking for a scoop. The shocked and lightly wounded not yet processed. There have been a lot of injuries tonight. You hug yourself a little, looking over the shaken faces of the crowd. What will they remember tonight? What will they remember of tonight? What will you? One, that is all that matters. I won't be a victim anymore. They will play that part now. Did I do enough to keep three people safe? That seems a little too soft. I won't be a victim anymore. You won't be a victim anymore. They will play that part now. Looking around, you can't help but feel they deserve what's coming for them. Every single thing. You went through this. It's only fair they should as well. Time to go home. Now that all pressing matters have been taken care of, it's finally time to lean back and see just what the media thinks about what happened at the museum. That being said, you want to get some sleep and wait until the morning, or check? Or is this too important for waiting? I need to know right now. There's no way I can sleep. Knowing won't change what happened. I can wait until morning. It's not like it's going to be different. While you are curious, you are also tired. There's really no need for you to check things right now. Tomorrow will be a better judge of how things turned out. You didn't get where you are today by being impatient. Stripping off your dirty finery, you drop in the hamper as you step into the shower. It's hot, steamy, and just pure bliss against your skin. No, not your skin, the puppet's. Still, she's worth it. Today was a big day. She performed splendidly. The bed accepts Yasmin's tired body without question. It takes all of 2 seconds before you can feel sleep reaching up to pull you under. Good. Morning will be here far too soon. One restful sleep later. Nu sneezes. Yasmin or Jean? Sneezes Yasmin or sneezes Jean? I just know. This is too important. This is what you have worked towards for the last few years. You should be the one to reap the rewards in person. Yasmin is a puppet, and it wouldn't feel right to watch this filtered through her eyes. Besides, it's time to wake up now that your body has rested enough. So, with the decision made, you walk back into the room, leaving Yasmin to get some rest. It feels a little weird that not too long ago you weren't alone in this bed. There is still a different scent to it, making you feel almost vulnerable as you pull up the covers and try to relax enough to let go. Life is changing in more ways than one. Slipping, dark, letting go. The way back to your own body is always the easiest path. As soon as you let Yasmin go, you can feel yourself stirring. The nausea grips you hard, but this time you manage to swallow down the bile before you throw up. It's never as abrupt a transition from Yasmin. She almost feels like yourself. You had been planning to go back to your place. You really had. But it's safer to hold up here for a few days. And after all, your equipment is right here, just in case something happens. It takes you a few moments to shake the metaphorical cobwebs off your body, get a drink of water, and slap yourself alert. Lighting up a cigarette helps with that, and after a few long drags, you've calmed down enough to turn on your laptop. You prepare yourself to log on and see what's going on in the world, what it's saying about you. Flipping through the news sites, you soon find one of the top live television feeds. That is the best way to get some nice moving footage, and you're curious to see how you look on camera. It's unreal. That's the first thought that comes to mind. Is that really you? You have to admit, you look good on camera. Cool, even. There's something so very matter of fact about the way you move, dispatching heroes left and right. You don't look like a maniac or someone who has no idea what they're doing. You look like the consummate professional. And you'd be lying if you pretended you weren't a little bit happy about that. And just as you had thought, the armor makes it almost impossible to guess your gender under the helmet. Good. That means the field will stay open to a lot of speculation. Many of the scenes make you chuckle as you watch, remembering the sweetness of the fights. We will go over them in detail. You will go over them in detail later to pinpoint exactly what went right and what went wrong. You are very pleased to see the scenes from the museum, though. The rich people running in panic, crying about their lost wealth. They are upset because you dared to rob a charity, as if the amount of money you got away with is somehow worth more than people's lives. You shouldn't be surprised. Harold, however, Harold is. Oh, hells, how the camera loves Harold. You can see it now. He really has a charisma that goes right through the screen. But in this case, that only means you are all the more impressive. You were the shadow to his light, the villain taking him apart at the seams. Watching the fight, you can't help tensing up on the edge of your seat. This is what you wanted when you planned the suit, getting the ability to not just walk alongside the heroes of the city, but to beat them. If only Ortega hadn't shown up so quickly, you could have made an example of him. But trust Charge to ruin your fun. Charge. It feels odd to think of Ortega in his other identity, but hearing the reporters commentate your fight makes it feel more real. It also makes you smile when they speculate whether he's starting to slow down. It has been some time since he lost a fight this badly. In comparison, there's not much footage of you fighting Lady Argent. That being said, what footage there is makes you laugh out loud. She's really taken for a ride there, and the cameras are loving every single moment of it. Everything really went according to plan. You went in there and annihilated them, and what could they do to you? Leave you with some sore muscles and armor that needs maintenance. You wish that steel had been there so you could have dealt with them all. Letting the television drone on in its background tab, you open up a few more you open a few more tabs to flick through the newspapers. You want to see their takes on your night. Always more interesting in text, since that adds yet another layer of interpretation. The Confidential is the biggest newspaper in town, so whatever headline they have will set the tone for how people see you. You still remember how furious Steele was with them for daring to write negative articles about the Rangers, but they've always had a reputation for not following the lead of either the governments or the companies. Of course, your view on the matter is that their so-called independence is what sells them papers. It wouldn't have to be more than skin deep to do that. Nobody is independent in this town. Nobody. Except you, that is. Chuckling a little to yourself, you look down at the screen, seeing what they have made of tonight's events. Duel at the museum. The headline screams at you in loud black letters. The image below showing your face off against Ortega. In a classic pose. Fist raised, smoke, fists raised, smoke framing the shot. And the text below, some words in particular catch your attention. Who is retribution and redress? Good. At least they got your name right. Doesn't really matter what they call you, because if you dislike it, you can always make them change it later. I suppose that is another thing you have to think about from now on. How to handle the press, among so many other things. Still, that's a question for another day. You've got your whole future ahead of you. Next chapter. Epilogue. A familiar underground laboratory, bathed in the pale light of fluorescent screens. Dr. Morton is seated behind his desk, taking on the phone. There is a concerned wrinkle between his brows. I told you before, my clients value my sense of propriety. The frown deepens, turning into a scowl as he listens to the voice on the other end. Don't be absurd. That is out of the question. He has picked up a pencil, twirling it between his fingers, nodding faintly as he listens. I suppose. There is another long pause. When you put it like that, the pencil has stopped moving, held tightly in his hand. I understand. The pencil snaps in two, pieces falling on the immaculate desk. Dr. Morton doesn't even bat an eye, though his hand is shaking. I will see what I can do. It takes a long time before he stands up, returning to his laboratory, deep in thought. The wheels turn. Joe's bar. Late one evening, as smoke and music wrap around the room like cobwebs, Bo is sitting at the bar, drink in hand, Yasmin leaning against the stained surface next to him. Have you ever thought about getting more permanent employment? Yasmin steals a few peanuts, popping them into her mouth. You mean like you? Bo sips his drink, but doesn't turn to look. I mean exactly like me. Yasmin leans in a little closer, elbowing Bo. It could be fun. Are you saying what I think you're saying? This time Bo turns around, looking straight at the woman next to him. My boss is in the market for a driver. Someone who knows how to get out of tight spots and can keep their mouth shut. Permanent retainer. Retribution and redress? Yeah. Yasmin sips her drink, not taking her eyes off Bo. That's the one. The one who robbed the museum. There's a low whistle of admiration as Bo raises his drink in a silent toast. Must have gotten away with a fortune. I know I got a pay raise, Yasmin admits with a wink. Then you should be paying for my drinks. The words are a joke, but Yasmin doesn't bat an eye. Join me, she counters, and pay for them yourself. You know what? Bo looks down at his drink, keeping his silence for a long, thoughtful moment. I think I will. Then I think I'll pay for this round. Yasmin waves to the bartender as Bo empties his drink with a laugh. Looks like it's going to be a long night. Wounds heal. The Ranger headquarters. The cafeteria is small and cozy, bringing a touch of home to the business-like surroundings. 2 cups of coffee sit on the table, but only one has been drunk from. Are you sure you're fit for active duty? Ortega sips his coffee, scrutinizing the man in front of him. Harold doesn't look up. He keeps staring at his coffee. I am. There's a brief pause as he flexes his arm. Still a bit sore, but that'll pass. I wasn't talking about your body, Ortega says, wincing a little in sympathy. Oh, Harold looks up in surprise, an embarrassed flush on his cheeks. I need you to keep a cool head. Can you promise me that? I can. Harold straightens his back, gripping the mug in both hands. I've learned my lesson. For all our sakes, I hope so. Scores are counted. Oh shit, we actually managed the Nemesis thing. Nice. I was surprised. I thought that went a lot worse for me. Hmm. I guess all that's really required for the Nemesis thing then is to not use telepathy in the second battle, no matter how exactly it goes. All right, fair, fair enough. The television is large enough to cover half a wall. Flashes of light and color dispel the deep gloom as the newsreel plays, pauses, then plays again. Lady Argent stands in front of the screen, immobile, arms crossed, never taking her eyes off the action. A gesture freezes the screen mid-blow, catching Retribution and Redress in the act of landing a blow on a bruised Ortega. She tilts her head, and the scene rewinds slightly, then resumes again. The battle plays on, but she turns away, walking through the rhythms of blows as if she has committed every step to memory. Her claws twitch a little as she moves, following the echo of her ghostly opponent. She looks up at the screen as her own silvery form enters the fray, and her smile widens slightly more than what is comfortable. Retribution and redress, huh? There's almost a tone of respect there. No, of anticipation. Looking forward to next time. Once more, the footage rewinds. Once more, she stares at the screen with rapt attention. Plans are made. The underground hangar smells of oil and metal, sound echoing sharply between the reinforced walls. In the center of the room, Marshal Steele's armor stands dormant. Steele himself is seated cross-legged on the floor in front of a laptop. Thin cables connected to the processing unit in the armor, the diagnostic program running quietly as he keeps an eye on it. Next to him, Ortega is lying on his back, watching the slowly rotating fans with an unreadable expression on his face. I don't think you can cram much more into that system, Way. You can't make it do everything you want. We won't know until we try. Steele doesn't turn away from the screen. You should let the crew handle that. They'll only tell me no. I know her best. Finally satisfied that things are running smoothly, he shifts around, looking at Ortega. What? He tilts his head, looking over at Steele. You've got that look again. How are you functioning? The question is blunt and to the point. System-wise, I'm already up and running. Ortega raises an arm, flexing his hand. My body has a while to go yet. I don't heal as fast as I used to. Neither of us do. Steele frowns a little, scratching at the edge where flesh meets cyborg leg. Unlike Ortega, there is no cosmetic overlay. His mechanical parts are revealed by the shorts he's wearing. Do you regret it? What? Fighting in a suit? Ortega's laugh is a little too quick in coming. Not retiring when you had the chance. Not really fond of the kind of debt that would land me in. There's a sigh as he grudgingly maneuvers himself into a seated position. You've seen my files. Costs keep racking up. They'll be wiped clean once we reach the end of our service. You made me usefulness. The words are sharp enough to provoke a sigh from Steele. You know what I mean. He casts a glance towards the laptop, which keeps running quietly. It's not that different from the army. You enlisted. Ortega flexes his hands, running his thumb over the rim of the conductor set, embedded in his palms. The conductor's embedded in his palms. I never asked to be made into what amounts to an indentured servant. You could have settled for being ordinary. I like walking. You like the action. Steele snaps back. Admit it. Of course I do. Ortega looks down, the frown growing deeper. It's just, what? A few years back, I could have beaten them. Retribution and redress? Steele says, focused on his laptop. Yes, Ortega admits, and let them catch me off guard. A few years back, you would have had a proper team backing you. We'll get this one running smoother. A deep sigh. Maybe this is what they needed to remind them that we need to work together. And Ricardo, one more thing. Steele turns his head again, giving Ortega a stern look. What? We'll get them. You know we will. The Rangers always get their man, Ortega echoes, sinking back on the floor. Notice is taken. The music is loud enough to drown out all but the most intimate of conversations. The shadows lapping around the private room. On a red leather couch, clad in an immaculate rust-colored suit, sits a tall, middle-aged, mixed man? Woman? Their head is short and wild, ears pierced by dozens of rings of various design. An interesting report. Their voice is surprisingly low, gravelly rumble. And what are your orders? The young woman in front of them stands at attention, hand behind her back. Observe for now. Let's see if they last more than a few months before we make a decision. As you wish, boss. She bows deeply, then exits back to the club, closing the door behind her. In the darkness of the room, hollow ground leans back against the couch, pushing their feet up on the table. Retribution and redress, huh? Let's see what kind of games you like to play. A new villain is born. This far up, Los Diablos stretches out beneath you like a neon blanket. The city lights drenching the gentle shine of the stars overhead. The city, your city. You flex your hand, feeling the armor boot up around you, wrapping you in a cocoon of invincibility. You almost feel drunk. A whole world of possibilities surround you, and only you can decide what you do next. What path you will take, who you will become. Nothing can stop you. Nothing. The of your retribution. All right. That's the game. The cheat, binary, rested, tired, no insignificant wounds. Now I'm wealthy, pretty obscurity, empathy, caution. That's fine. Minimal former ally. Distant. There's a lot going on here. Oh, that's fine. Probably not double that. That's fine. Yeah. Whew. All right. And there we go. He finished Fallen Hero Rebirth. And it is also not surprising, right? I'm a bit mad about that, but I did kind of want to push this through. Not a roll, you know? But I guess the disappointment, I'm not going to go straight into retribution just because I want to keep things a little more varied, you know what I'm saying? So I'll break up the mostly reading-ish thing, a little bit of cultist sim next time, and come out. Then actually, we might explore a different story before I come back to Fallen Hero. Alright, probably the only thing I do. Anyway, thank you for sticking with me, and see you next time.